2025 Lenny Peters Cup and High Point Autumn Rowing Festival presented by Bethany Medical. My name is Akil Abdullah, 2004 Olympian, and I am joined here with Alex Del Sordo.
Akil, it's hard to follow that. Okay, a 2004 Olympian. Okay, so I rowed in college, and the one thing we have in common,
Yes,
Akil, is we're GW guys.
Yeah, hell to the buff, hell to the blue.
Now, this is a big day here. We just started, and look behind you right now, is we have Masters Women Rowing coming down, hauling down the course here, finishing up. The energy is real here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to be here. I am impressed by both the magnitude of the crowd as well as the energy that's here. I had never been to High Point before, but I learned some things. This is the furniture capital of the United States.
This is a big deal.
It's a big deal.
But what did you see yesterday? You told me I can't miss it.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There is the largest chest of drawers in the United States are here.
I heard some chuckles out there. It's real. It's a real thing. I can't wait to see it.
It is real. It is real. And as a gentleman said to us, once you've seen it, you've seen it. So there is that. But today we're here to celebrate rowing in particular. You know, you and I have done a lot of rowing around the country, around the world. Mm-hmm. And the thing that stands out to me most is how impressive, how amazing it is to be here in High Point. And to see the growth of this regatta through the years.
Yeah, so I'm the founder of Finish Line Shell Repair, and we fix boats, and we've been coming down up and down the 95 corridor, going on 13 years now, and it is impressive to see what's happening here in North Carolina. They made a decision years ago that we want to be a rowing state, and they sure are. And Gene, who's putting this thing together, has done an impressive job. And look, I was joking with you earlier. We've done over 100. Races, like head races, right, in our careers.
Yeah.
Doesn't this one feel different?
It does. And, you know, I was talking to the coach of Thompson TBC Racing, Matt Russell, about it earlier, as well as John Higgins from Edinburgh. And I think the great thing about this regatta is that it's early in the season, right? We are now in head racing season. And the thing that is exciting is that this is a fun regatta.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said he got here at 7 in the morning. Everyone's relaxed. And normally, and this is for parents who don't really understand this, is there's so much pressure. There's so much anxiety happening. You have to rig the boats. You got to get all the athletes together. You know something is always going to go wrong. But here, there's a level of excitement. And I think what it is, Akil, it's that duck, man. The duck just stares at you. You tend to smile.
Yeah.
But we've done this a long time, and there's a different energy here. We're excited.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. I've been trying to figure out the duck lore, and as of yet, no one has been able to quite tell me. So we're going to have to make up our own reason why the ducks
You're putting me on the spot. I have no idea.
But that's
got all
okay.
day.
We've got all day. We're going to put some of our interns on it to figure out where the ducks are. But right now you can hear some of the cheering here behind us rowing by. In a second you'll see, I believe it's Atlantic crew coming through.
Yeah, Atlanta Women's Masters took the lead pretty early on. I think it was over Asheville there. So they're finishing up. So the crowd here, they need to cheer a little bit more for these women. It is a hard race. It's 15, 16 minutes of it's just pure pressure.
And there is, just to give you a little break from us early on, because you're going to be here with us all day, we're going to take it over to Michaela for first to introduce herself. All right. Thank you, Michaela. We'll be having some interviews throughout the day with, I would say, some of the High Point dignitaries, coaches, and crews. Michaela will be giving us some of the on-the-scene flavor there, so that'll be interesting.
So, Akil, I'm sitting here thinking a lot of the spectators are probably new to this sport, right? There's a lot of young. So what's really cool about High Point Regatta here is you have masters. People have been doing it for many, many years.
Yeah.
You have people from overseas. We have some folks coming overseas. And we have juniors and collegiate athletes. This is a 4,800-meter race, 4,700 meter. What's the difference between that kind of race and a sprint race?
Yeah.
How do you go about it?
Well, there's a lot. There's a lot that's different about that we call the head race season, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the longer races. Our sprint races are 2,000 meters. We're going to have a 300-meter approximately dash today, which will be really interesting to see. But first, I want to go back to something you mentioned, and the fact that there are Olympians here.
Yes.
The fact that there are international universities here. The fact that there are juniors here. There's not a lot of regattas that you get to go to as a youth, as a junior, and see some of the higher echelons of the sport. So I think that that's something that's really special about this regatta in particular.
Well, it's really only head races. I'm racking my brain. How many sprint races do you see like that? But I don't think there are any.
Yeah.
Especially in America.
Yeah.
Maybe overseas, and you would know more about that. You're racing overseas.
There's Henley Royal Regatta.
And this is so today, well, we had head races start last week, right?
Yep.
So over the next, 5 weeks, we have athletes traveling all over the country. Head of the Charles, head of the Schuylkill. What else do you got? What else is happening this fall?
Well, we just had the head of the Potomac, but the head of the Ohio.
Head of the Hooch.
Head of the Hooch. There's quite a few head races going on. So it's kind of good. This is sort of, going back to what we were talking about, the fun aspect of it. This is a very, it's early in the season. It gives crews an opportunity to sort of just get in there and, hey, how's it going? To get in there and just sort of have a good time, just like we're having a good time here. We've got the crews coming back behind us. They're finishing up their races. They're rowing back in. But in terms of strategy.
Yeah, let's talk about the strategy.
This strategy. So, the head race is tough because you're racing against the clock. Mm-hmm. So, really it is about you doing the best job that you can do. And really, if you're in an 8, about the coxswains really getting the most out of their crews. And
there's a good overhead shot right there of the crews coming down.
And here we go. This is a great shot. This is what I'm talking about. You can see they're passing the duck here. You can see, and they're going, looks like they're going to be, heading along. You can really get an idea with this drone shot.
In a 2,000-meter race, and you've done it at the highest possible level in the Olympics, right? But you go out hard, you finish hard, right? It's a 6-minute race, 5.5 minutes. This is a 15-minute race.
Yeah.
So I know, as an athlete I'm competing in 2 weeks at the head of the Charles, I get nervous. I get anxious. Do you go hard in the beginning? Are you worried about losing all that power? And because the worst thing you can do as a rower is fly and die.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, as an athlete, what advice do you have for the kids and some of the athletes that are coming out here in the next couple hours? What advice do you have in the strategy? Yeah.
So I used to take it. I'm a negative split kind of guy. So
now, you have to explain what that means. There's some people that probably don't know what that means.
So, I like to sort of start at sort of baseline. It's something I feel comfortable with, and then each sort of section of the race maybe bring the split down. So, and that allows me to know, all right, I've got a little bit more. I can empty the tank a little bit more. And the goal with that strategy is to finish just flat out, dead, empty tank. Some people like to even split the race. I don't have enough. I'm going to say I don't have enough confidence in myself that I'll be able to, when things get hard. But and then there's some people, who just they have an even different strategy. They'll take moves throughout the race.
Sure.
So I like to, me personally, when I'm in the single or if I'm stroking a boat and I'm talking to the coxswain, I'll be like, let's make sure what's our split? How are we doing in our time? And just making sure that, is it time to bring it up? But as you mentioned, with these types of races, with these longer races, you really do have to make sure that you are physically prepared, because what's going to happen is that you'll get to, there'll be, 700 meters left, right? And there may be a crew in sight. And you haven't seen them the whole race, and now it's time for you to level up.
You're making me nervous right now. I'm not even racing, and I'm getting anxious right now. Here we go, another crew coming down.
There we go, right past the duck.
I love it.
Oh.
So that's Virginia Tech. That's Virginia Tech, the Augies. You know, one thing is, and having done this, and you've probably experienced this too, ending a race with more in the tank.
Yeah.
I always worry about that too. I worry about that I'm putting too much out in the beginning.
Yeah.
That I'm leaving something on the table in these races. It's unless you've done it a lot of times, I think you really don't know how to race these kind of events, especially like all these different venues. Think about how the difference between this race and the difference between the Head of the Charles. So let's talk about that turn, right?
Yeah.
There's a big turn.
Yes.
So what happens in this? Because you don't see it. Here we go. So you don't normally see a big turn. You don't see ducks. You don't see this kind of venue. What's the difference between some of these head races?
Well, I think that you sort of like. I'm going to come back to this. I think point the entire regatta, and it's fun.
Yes.
I think that no matter what, as an athlete, and especially as a young athlete, you want to make sure that you're enjoying your time on the water. Mm-hmm. It's going to be hard. It's going to be physically challenging, but you want to make sure that you're having a good time. And a lot of that is around the crew, around your teammates. And so just making sure that you're there, you're supporting them. And, that's the fun part when you know, somebody needs you and you've got their back. And I think that's sort of in the teams, in the team boats, that's what you're going to see.
You want to win races, but I think I don't know if I want to say this right, but winning isn't always everything.
Right.
And in a regatta like this, as soon as you walk on this property and you see what they put together here and the production level, it's just it is different. It's more about the experience and less about, I think, just flat out winning.
Yeah. I would agree. And here we go. We've got a little drone shot coming in, but you can see the drones. They'll be over here, overhead, all throughout the regatta, giving us those beautiful shots, of the ducks, of the golf course over here. We have the High Point Golf Course. It's funny. I was listening to one of the great commentators last year, Martin Cross, talk about how the only thing that would be better is if we could sort of get a world-class golf event going on at the same time,
and then a car show and a boat show.
And then
we'd just do it all here.
We'd just be able to have we'd be able to watch some good golfing as well as some good racing.
Well, I'm glad you brought up Martin Cross. So legendary rower and commentator, and you spend a lot of time with him at Henley commentating, and he was here last year. But if you look in front of us, right, so behind the camera, the production quality is unbelievable. I mean, I liken it to Henley. How important is that for our sport?
Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing. And a shout out to Maverick for the work that they're doing here, really the production work that they're doing to really give people an inside view. I think as the sport grows, we really do need to find ways to give people an opportunity to sort of view sort of what's going on.
So here's what's happening for people watching this live stream is that we have races going on all day long. Okay, there's about 87 races, and we're going to be watching and following just 10 of them. And we have one coming up, and this is the men's youth single. This is an event, Akil, that you know very, very well. You have a lot of experience in the single. I hate the single. It's lonely. It's in some types. It's scary. You can't blame anybody else if you lose. But who do we have here coming up in the men's youth single?
Yeah, so we have quite a bit of crews here in the youth single. It'll be interesting to see sort of the whole lineup here. But in this youth single, we have Patrick Pritchard from Augusta Rowing. And here you'll be able to see on your screen what we have. Right. So we have Levi Coatval from Beaver Creek Sculling. We have James Porter Davitt who is unaffiliated. Yeah, that's right. We have I mentioned Pritchard. We have I'm trying to get their first names as well. We have Thomas Lambert from Beaver Creek and from Seattle Scullers.
It's a
all the way
big trip.
Bringing it out. We have Seth Isaacson. So those are
Now
few of the athletes
racing.
that we have.
They're racing for an RP3. Is that right?
This is true. This is the RP3 men's youth singles. And for people who don't know about sort of rowing machines, there's RP3, there's Concept 2, and there are a lot of we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. But right now we're looking at, from Charlotte Youth Rowing, we have James Jacobek. And from Williamsburg, we have Evan Blinn. And from Beaver Creek again in Charlottesville, Virginia, we have Netlin, Anders Netlin. And from here we go. Here's a shot of the course here. I believe these look like the fours.
These are still fours coming down. So
yeah.
When we get up to the starting line, you're going to notice something.
Yeah.
Okay, what's happening right here that's not traditional in head racing? What do you see here?
So this is more reminiscent of what of the boat race or of the Harvard Yale race, where the athletes line up. And all start at the same time, right? Normally in head races, as we said, you start one after the other. And so with this, we're going to see all of the crews start.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit different because there's a lot of things that can happen over 4.8 kilometers. Right?
Oh, my goodness. But you're also called flatwater straight racing, and then you have the 4,700 meters. Now, I never had a chance to race at the Cambridge boat race. That's something you've never done, correct?
Right.
You've never done that?
No, but I have done the World Sculling Challenge.
I don't even know what that is.
It was a race where they took some of the top scullers around the world, and we raced the championship course.
Wow!
And so we did that dead start in singles and raced the championship course.
So what advice do you? I mean, they can't hear you, but a world-renowned single sculler like yourself, what would you be telling your athletes right before the start there?
Well, I would say that, you still have to race 4.8 kilometers.
It is so long.
So it's long, and so you can't get disparaged. You can't get down. You have to race your race. You have to have your race plan together, right? Because it's very easy with the single. Big moves can happen really quickly. And so you want to make sure that you're executing your race plan. If someone's going out fast, then, stick with your race plan. Maybe not let them get too far ahead. Maybe
So what is that distance? So at what point in a single race, where is too far too far?
Well, it's kind of tough with the head race. If they're out maybe like 5 or 6 boat lengths, that's a little bit too far.
Yeah.
You're going to have to put in a lot of work.
Because, as a single sculler, I'm just thinking you're rowing behind, you got to turn, constantly turn. So I guess when you lose them in your periphery, that's a little too far. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Now, what I love about single sculling, I have done it. Okay, I will say I've done it.
Yeah.
But when you get that lead, you're so much more relaxed. Everything slows down in a way. Did you experience that when you were racing?
I don't know. I was a bit of a jokester on the starting line of races. No one liked it. But I did it. I bet I did it anyway. It was more to get into their head. But I think that on the starting line here, you got to get those nerves settled. And you
brought that up so perfectly. The nerves. It's the calm before the storm. They are so worried right now.
Yeah.
But then as soon as you take that first stroke, boom, gone.
Yeah.
You just focus on your race.
And what I tell young athletes is that being nervous and being excited feel like the same thing. And here we go. We are off in the RP3 Youth Men's Single. We have this first flight that is out. We have the crews starting. Interestingly enough, you can see over here, we'll be able to get a closer look at the blades and be able to tell you maybe.
So setting it into rhythm, right? So you have see the center of the black boat right there. We're not sure who that is just yet, but it's like you want to get into rhythm soon, right? This guy, he looked like he was up closer to 38, 39 strokes a minute. Now you're starting to settle in that 4,700-meter race. Blade work looks good. Yeah.
It looks like that might be Augusta there. Just trying to tell from the blades that we're looking at here.
We talked about that. Okay, so the gentleman on the right here, going back about, 2 or 3 lengths.
Yeah.
Setting the rhythm. I love it. I love what I'm seeing right now. Straight course.
Yeah, so it looks like they actually had a couple of flights, but you were still starting from that dead start. So now you can see, in that race start, as we spoke about, where you actually go a little bit higher. You can see that little look over his shoulder there. You go a little bit higher in the race before you settle into your race rhythm, your base pace.
Now, okay, so there's some advantages and disadvantages here. You have the puddles, so every oar creates that puddle right there. And I know that in gamesmanship, you have coxswains constantly trying to get in front of the other boat, right? Because rowing in what we call the wash is it's a challenge. You don't get a full blade, you don't get the full power behind you. If you're a single sculler here at Kiel, are you trying to do that? Are you trying to put some of these guys in your blade, in your puddles?
I mean, you're not trying to. It's not a bad strategy, but I think that if you're doing that, you're focusing too much on what other people are doing.
On the wrong thing.
On the wrong thing. Like you want to race your race, and so it's interesting. I had a coach that once told me that like everyone else out there is a foil, and you're trying to use them to get to your best performance. And so here we are,
2 minutes
in, and we can see that these young athletes have sort of settled in here.
I'm going to tell you a great story. His name's Greg Meyer. I think you know who he is. He was my coach at GW. So Wilkins was your coach back at GW, right?
John Devlin.
Oh, John Devlin was your coach. Okay.
Yep.
So Greg Meyer, his first year with us, he sat us down and said, the first 2 to 3 minutes of your race for a head race, your heart rate's not going to change. That's max effort. Just at that point, it becomes mental. Your body has already set into rhythm. And when you put that in perspective, you realize, like, yeah, I can handle this for 15 more minutes or 14 more minutes because the heart rate doesn't change all that much once you get past that 2 to 4 minute period. And it really changed the perspective of how I raced.
Right, and so off to the left there, you can see that is Patrick Pritchard from Augusta Rowing. It still looks like in the lead. I'm trying to see if this is one of the crews from Charlotte Youth Rowing, but we'll be able to get a little bit. A little bit hard to tell. But the thing that I was going to say is that we do have in here. I saw the name Seth Isaacson. I think I mentioned it before. I've seen him at Youth Nationals before, performing really well at a high level, and he is our sculler that has come out from Seattle to race in this race.
So I was in high school, 99, 2003 era. There was never single sculling. That was not even an option for us back then. We used it as a training platform, but never really races. I love seeing what youth rowing and collegiate rowing has done, bringing the sculling to the competition. When you were racing at Wilson, I guess you never really had a chance to row in the singles.
Yeah, I raced into 8, and the transition for me, 8s and 4s, and the transition to the single for me was actually a bit fortuitous. Here we go. Another great shot. You can see what I really like about what's going on here. We'll get back to me in a minute. But what I really like about what I'm seeing here is just like excellent blade work, just really nice and relaxed. What you want to see as a single sculler is just relaxation. And especially in these long races, as an athlete, you have to be relaxed. You have to be confident. And you really just have to be efficient about your style and your technique.
Yeah, I mean, it looks slow. From a wide angle like that, it looks slow. But there is so much going on here. I don't have a stroke coach on me, but where would you think the rhythm is at right now? How many strokes a minute?
I'm going to guess that right now that's looking like maybe about a 30 right now, maybe a little bit higher. Speaking of stroke coaches, we'll get that information for you.
I think we will get that information for me. Yeah, the rhythm looks fantastic with these guys. Now, it's really important. I would love to know and explain, like, what do you look at when you're a single sculler, right? You can't keep turning your head. So are you just constantly looking for a point on your stern just the whole time?
Yeah, and right now we can see there's a sizable lead here, but like what I do, and now they're rounding that turn looking for a yellow duck. But what you have is you choose your point and then you row. And then if you have to adjust, you take a look over your back and then you adjust a little bit more and choose your point. And so that's sort of what these athletes are doing. Right now it looks like they're trying to find that course. You'll see here if there's a little look over to just sort of see where your competition is as well. Nice work being done here. Sitting upright tall, getting the oars in. Nice execution there.
I mean, we're squinting, we're struggling, because I really want to know what these bow numbers are. I want to be able to talk more about the athlete coming down the course right now.
Yeah.
So I'm a parent. I have a 12-year-old daughter that has said she wants to join rowing, and we always joke that rowing is a tough one. As parents, you're how far away from the course. You have no idea where your child is. It's probably my only gripe in rowing, that you really can't tell who's who until you get some data on the screen here. But the lead is unbelievable. All right, so we talked about this.
Right.
That's 8 or 9 lengths ahead, right?
Yeah.
So this guy has said, I'm taking this. This is my race.
Yeah, so there we go. We have 34.
And 40?
And 40 maybe. So 40's putting the pass on 34 there. And so looks like nice long strokes here. Once again, rowing along the shoreline. One thing you want to make sure of is that you don't hit anything. So, like, this is the tough part here, trying to figure out what your course is going to be so that you have a nice straight shot to that turn, to that big duck. And then I
can't wait to see this duck.
The duck, yeah. All right, here we go. Bow number 35 we have. And so that is going to be, here we go. See, bow number 35. Not
you have the technology in front. We have the technology to solve this.
We can
7.5 minutes in. I'm not quite sure if this is halfway or not. We can't see the meters here. Is the duck the halfway point of keel?
I'd say the duck is actually probably a bit more over halfway, because what you're doing is, for those, if you're looking back behind me, over by the pink duck, if you keep going down that way, that's where the start is. And so the athletes start at that point. Here we go. There's a great overhead shot. You can see the flotilla of the singles coming. We used to, on the Potomac, we used to call them the mosquito fleet.
Yes.
If you look at them just coming down the water. But this is a very iconic shot of the boats coming down, racing hard.
How much? So you have the power, you have smoothness in a single. How much? Where do you rank the course, right? So how you row your boat, right? You can lose a length pretty quickly, can't you, by getting off course?
Yeah. And so that's the whole thing. Like, the more that you obviously, when you're applying equal pressure, you're moving the boat maximally. Anytime you have to apply more pressure on one side, you're going to slow down the boat. So you want to make sure that you don't have a lot of turns. You minimize the amount of turns that you're doing. But right here, you can see these guys are all pretty much in a straight line. You can see with one boat out ahead here. And it looks like, they did a couple of flights. You can really see here.
Well, it's going to get sharp at that turn. You're going to start to get real tight. Like 4 or 5 of those boats here are going to kind of pinch at that turn.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy in the lead right now, he's setting the pace. It's incredible.
Yeah, and so, like we were talking about earlier, one of the things that, physiologically and psychologically, what being that far out does is it gives you sort of a confidence that you have a buffer, right? So you have the feeling that you can maintain this lead. You have the ability to see all of your opponents behind you. And that's one of the things about that type of lead.
That's right, yeah. And we go back to the quietness, okay? You're the only guy in that boat, the only person in that boat.
Yes.
I'm thinking to myself, just hang on. Are there things that go through your head in this kind of race with 10 minutes in? What are things that you say to yourself when you're racing at this level?
Yeah, a lot of times, when you're in this position right here, when you're out in these head races, you can see it looks like he's just like taking a little bit of a move there, bumped up the rating a little bit, quick look around. You want to make sure that you are still in the race, right? These are long races. These are long pieces. But the fact of the matter is that these athletes train for these events, and they're prepared for what it takes to finish these races. And so right now, what you have to do is like, okay, I'm through the hardest part. I've got more of the race left, and I need to make sure that I focus and continue to stick with my game plan. The worst thing you can do is start to look out of the boat and say, oh, this person's making a move, and start to think about what other people are doing. So the hard part right now is to keep executing your race plan.
Yes, for folks that haven't rowed in a single before, you look to the right, you look to the left, you catch a little bobble on your oar, and things can go south real fast, right? You can lose that rhythm, and you can lose that pace that you're in. I look at it like a metronome.
Yeah.
Just boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And here comes the duck. So this is exciting, Akil. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boats all going for one spot on that turn.
Yeah, and a lot of people say this is where the rubber hits the road. This is where the rubber hits the duck right here. So hopefully we can see a turn being made here.
You've been holding on to that one.
It just came to me. It just came to me. Sometimes it does. So this is interesting. So with stake races where you have to make a turn, this is not a normal thing where you have to make these turns around these big obstacles and keep going in the race. So right now you can see out in the lead, we have this young athlete here. He's had control of the race pretty much from the beginning. He established a really good, solid lead.
He had the lead in the first 2.5 minutes.
Yeah.
But, when you make that turn, it does, going back to the rhythm, it disrupts your rhythm, right?
Yeah.
In order to get around that, he's going hard on starboard.
Yep.
He's dropping power in his left hand.
Yep.
And he's really bringing this thing around. Someone told me one time, it's not about the oar that you're pulling, it's the leg press.
Yeah.
Someone told me, press harder with the left leg.
Yeah.
And the boat will actually turn better. And I always thought you had to crank it around with your arms, but that's not the case. And I think he did a great job there.
Yeah.
And he's back at that rhythm again. And this is why he's in the lead.
Yeah. Excellent work on that turn. It's always, a lot going in there. You're thinking, do I cut it close? Like, what's my angle of attack into that big turn? And so these stake races are something that are different. It's a lot of fun, different format as we spoke about. Fun is the theme of the day. And so what we'll see now is like there's, down around. We're going to come around. We'll see him coming in past the pink buoy and past the pink buoy, the pink duck and the yellow duck on his way.
And bow
to
33 is in the lead right now. Bow 33 in the lead, and I think he said bow 40 is close, not close behind. I mean, bow 33 has really made it clear that he wants that RP3.
Yeah,
and he wants to win this thing.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't spoken about yet. And here we go. Is that the RP3, it's such a great training device because there's different types of stationary on the water, on land rowing machines, and so with the opportunity to win one of these RP3s, it is such a great training tool.
And so I didn't have it growing up.
Yeah,
we didn't have it, and there's everyone sort of I think understands a concept too that's stationary. The wheel actually moves with you, correct? With the RP3?
That is correct. And so what that does is that rather than just having that, it requires a little bit more in terms of the rhythm and a little bit more of rowing. A lot of people think that in rowing that, it's really what's happening. To explain it is that you're actually putting the oar in the water, and then the oar is actually stationary at that point. Right?
Yes.
And then you're actually moving the boat past that point.
I've been doing this for 26 years, and I'm already I don't know what you're talking about.
In the water. So basically, like when I coach young athletes, I talk to them about like thinking about putting your oar, and there's a post that's standing there, right? So you put that oar in that post, and then you push the boat. The boat is being pushed past. And so what we're seeing now is those athletes really working hard, establishing their rhythm, and really moving their boats.
But how about that lead, Akil? Look at that lead coming around that turn.
Yeah, that's a big one. And this is an interesting bridge here. I was out on the course yesterday. I got to see it. And this is a great shot of the golf course, of High Point Golf Course, by the way.
I wish I was here an extra day. It looks wonderful. So we're actually getting close to this final turn then. Is that right?
Yeah. And this looks like it might be bow number
42.
42. And we had our start list here.
Yeah, what an incredible lead. This is probably about a minute, I'd say almost maybe a little bit more of a lead. And in singles rowing, that is a huge margin, I'm real impressed what this guy has been able to put on for the last 15 and a half minutes. He put on a clinic.
Yeah.
He's showing everybody else, like, I'm the guy. I'm the guy to beat. And I'm gonna look him up because I'm hoping that he continues this this head racing season. Maybe he's going to hopefully go to the head of the Charles and maybe the Hooch. I mean, Hooch is fairly local here. He can probably get down there.
Yeah. I mean, I think that we will see more from this young rower here, because that is a sizable lead that he has been able to create against the rest of the crews.
And we are not getting a good shot of the other rowers, but look at that rhythm. It's not changed at all. You were exactly right. As soon as you find that rhythm, you hold on and you stay within your boat, right? You stay within your own head.
That is correct. And so it looks like, here we go. Let's see if
you have a good starting list here.
If I have it now. So we said bow number 42.
No, he's the guy in the lead right now is about 34, 33.
34. And that's Pritchard from Augusta Training Center. So here we go. And once again, all around good rowing that we're seeing here. This is very nice long strokes here. Once again, sticking that rhythm. Looking around here, not much left in the race.
Coming right behind us, Akil. Now we get a good chance to see with our own eyes here that rhythm you were talking about and cutting in real nice and tight. Like you said, I always worry about hitting a skag or something, man.
Yeah.
That's the one way to disrupt a race.
Well, that's the other thing about head races is that you want to make it the shortest distance, right?
True.
You don't want to increase the difference. So whether or not how tight do you want to take that turn? But the other challenge here, as you can see out here, now we see bow number 38. We have from River City, we have Sweeney, it looks like. And you see a look over. It's like, this is what I'm talking about. The boats are getting in tight against each other. And
Thomas Lambert.
Thomas
Lambert's in the lead.
Thomas Lambert is in the lead. Sorry, my heat sheet is incorrect here. But we have Thomas Lambert.
Beaver Creek.
Yeah. And so, you have...
Wow, hold on. Akil, just turn around. Look at this guy. Look at this guy go.
And he's taking the rhythm up here.
He's doing it. Oh, wow. Absolutely impressive.
Yeah. But what we're seeing on the screen right now is a real battle shaping up here as these athletes come into this final stretch.
All right, so we talked about that margin, right? So for second and third place, that's still achievable, right? You're about a length and a half off. You have about, 200 meters to go, maybe 150 meters to go?
That's right. And there you can see on the screen, Thomas Lambert has passed the finish line. And we'll see what the other times are like. Here we have bow number 38. It looks as though that is the River City rower. That is Miles Sweeney coming through there, looking over his head.
So coming up to 18 and a half minutes. That is a long, grueling race, Akil.
Yeah.
That's tough.
And here we have another overhead shot. And this is what I'm saying. Like, right down to the finish line, these two athletes have been battling.
Look at that. Incredible.
There you go. You could see sort of that joy of finishing.
Oh, my gosh. And that you've been there, right? Like, your stomach is killing you. Your arms are exhausted. You're tired. But it all goes away, doesn't it?
It does.
As soon as you cross, you feel there's a different feeling.
It does indeed. And there you have another great overhead shot here. You have the duck in the background. And the question is, who is moving on who? And this is the finish of that race. And we're talking about strategy. What did you do? Are you emptying the tank now? What do you have left after this long, long race?
Yeah, you don't start to question until an hour after the race, right? You're just like, you start to you can review and rethink every single stroke you had in that entire race. Even at 18, 19, 20 minutes, every one of these athletes can tell you when it was tough or when it got easy for them. That's one thing I love about rowing. Like you become obsessed, right? And you can remember all these races. I'm sure that you can go back. You probably have a bunch of memories and races.
Indeed, I do. And I'm really excited for these young athletes. Here we have bow number 36 coming across. Great effort, still rowing strong, looking nice and long here as we go past the duck. And the Bethany Medical, the presenting sponsor here, along with the Lenny Peters Foundation. And they've done a great job here, put so much into making this a great regatta.
So we have the winners here coming through right in front of the crowd. I really need this crowd to get on their feet and cheer these young men. That is a very, very hard race. There he goes. Look at that. Look at the smile on his face.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well done, Thomas. You can see he's rowing in a boat. And there we go. Bow number 36 crosses the line. you saw the little USA on the boat, and sometimes boats from World Championships are sold, and those little markers. So maybe this is a sign that one day we'll be seeing him
doesn't that bring you so much joy? These they have a bright future ahead of them, and competing already at this quality of rowing at such a young age it makes me excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what these guys can do.
Yeah, and this is bow number 42, according to my list here. That is Butler from Charlotte.
So we're coming down to last two competitors here, rounding out the first event that we'll be commentating today. And it's just going to get faster as we go here, Akil. It's just going to keep on getting faster.
Yeah, especially with bigger boats.
I know.
So here we go, crossing the line, staying strong all the way through. That's one of the hardest things to do as well in these head races is, continuing the race, continuing to pull, even though you've heard that bell go off, just maintaining your race. And here you go. Here's a great shot of the crews here.
Yeah, right behind us.
Behind us. You can see all the way. You see that Bethany medical sign right there as well. Thank you for all of the work that they do here in High Point and for supporting this regatta as well.
What a great start, right?
Yeah.
We got a nice long day ahead of us. Sun's out.
Yeah.
The energy. You start to see the crowd starting to really fill up here. And, we're going to see just high quality rowing here day in and day out, or all day long. And going back, like these guys right here, they are so tired, Akil. What a tough one.
Yeah, that's what head racing season is about. It's our distance season, and that's one of the things. Like, you can't go all out. You can't run in the red for 18 minutes, right? So there's a strong baseline, and there's this is a great shot here. You can see not only the crews, but all of the fans along the way.
The fans have to understand the production level here is incredible. We've done races all over the world, and they're just doing something different here at North Point.
Yeah.
And Gene, the gentleman that's really put this thing together, is taking the greatness of all regattas all around the world, and he's bringing it right here to North Carolina.
Yeah.
And I just really hope the folks here can appreciate this high-quality event.
Yeah, and that's sort of something we spoke about before, and it's one of the special things about this regatta. And as you said, some of the head races throughout the season is that you really do have the opportunity for athletes from all the way at the youth level through all the way at the elite level to really see each other. And I remember going to sort of my first head race and seeing some of the national team athletes and sort of like my aspirations and hopes of someday being there. And I think that that's a great motivator for some of these young athletes.
And for you, that was senior in high school. There's some freshmen here, right? There's some 13, 14-year-olds. They get a chance to see Duke University, right?
Yeah.
Old Dominion, and just these incredible rowers that have built their career.
They'll get to see Lauren O'Connor, U.S. single sculler.
Yes, I was about to say that.
They've got an opportunity to see athletes from over the world. They'll get to see, Tabia, I think it is. Tabia.
Germany.
Schindel, from Germany. And then Katerina Maestrenko will be here. Representing the Ukraine.
I didn't see real high-quality rowing until a few years in. And one of the things our coach did at Mainland High School in South Jersey, he did take us to these bigger events. And he said, as a young athlete, he said, don't worry about the race. Worry about what's around you. See what there is. See the other athletes. And he gave us a chance to walk around and just get a sense of the scale of rowing and what it could bring to our futures. And I encourage the athletes and even the parents here to explore, go see these high quality athletes and really understand what the sport could do for you.
Yeah, they don't bite.
They don't bite. Now we have another race coming down right next to us, and what do we have here, Akil?
So next up after the men's single, we have, sorry, let me get my event list up here. So after the men's single,
so this is the U17.
We have the U17 single coming up.
And they're finishing up pretty. And again, the quality of rowing is impressive. 17-year-old young men here, 35, 36 strokes a minute, finishing strong after a grueling 20-minute race.
Yeah, and you could hear that first sort of horn go off, indicating that the race has completed for the athlete finishing up. And the good thing about that is, like, as a competitor in these head races, if this was started sort of the normal, just one after the other style, you're getting close to that finish, and that's a great boost and a great motivator.
So we have Michaela here for an interview. Is that right?
We do have Michaela. So
let's get over there for an interview.
Hello, I am back at the interview station, and I actually have the captains of the High Point rowing team, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Please say your name.
I'm Anna. I'm Maddie Cummings.
Now, as a student athlete, what has that been like for your journey, and what's been the hardest thing being a student athlete?
It's definitely a challenge, but we balance it a lot with time management, and it's just like a lot of dedication and a lot of hard work.
Yeah, building a new program is definitely a lot, but we have a really great team of girls here that all really enjoy spending time with each other. And like Anna said, the time management, our coach is really good about helping us balance our academics and our athletics and our social life, and all trying to make us all work together and have fun, ready to race here.
Oh, that's amazing. And for a fun little question, what is your favorite pump-up song before a race?
How about that?
My favorite song is Stephanie. It's more of like a house music mix, yeah.
And then for you, what is your meal prep looking like before you go into a race?
Before practice and race, I always had peanut butter.
I love that. Thank you guys so much for joining me for an interview, and good luck today.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we are back. Thank you very much for that interview there, Michaela. You see some of the High Point rowers here. A young program. I think probably a couple of years old.
That's right. Oh no, they've been actually they've been around for a while, but they've had a revitalization.
Revitalization,
huge in the last couple of years. Yeah, there's new coaching staff and a new
Jess Dietrich.
Yep, and a new focus of like what do you want this program to be?
Yeah.
And you see that a lot, don't you? I mean, you see a lot of programs. There's when a new coaching staff comes in or an AD comes in, they say we want to be great. We want to win a championship, and High Point has made it very clear that that's what they're looking for. They want to be a different program. And I think North Carolina, like we talked this before, North Carolina, just this whole region, this whole corridor, has made it clear that rowing is a major part of their community, and North Point is really leading that charge.
Yeah, yeah. So here we are. You can see some of the single scullers coming in behind us. A little bit of maybe that lactic acid running, getting close to the shoreline here. But we do have the races. We still have the U17 singles coming through here.
This is a big prescribed race, isn't it? There's a lot of entries.
It is very highly subscribed. I think there's 18 entries in this race here. All the way from Beaver Creek Sculling, Charlotte Youth Rowing is represented, Coastal Virginia Community Rowing, Davidson Day School, a lot of the LK Davidson Sculling, River City Rowing, Triad, of course, and Triangle Rowing Club. So you have crews from, it's definitely like a nice regional representation.
Oh, it is.
But you do have, with some of these crews being here from North Carolina, some being from Virginia, and being from Virginia.
We have a Seattle Sculler, right?
Seattle,
so they're all over. But we have another interview with the High Point head coach here with Michaela. So let's jump over to that interview.
And I am here with Coach Jess. and she is actually the coach of the High Point rowing team. So, Coach Jess, what has this year looked like for you? I know it's a newly started rowing team.
Mm-hmm.
Would you mind telling us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so we are in year 2 of our build. The program started last year, and this year we brought in 13 new freshmen who are continuing to add to the program and bring a lot of energy, which is exciting. So we're excited to see what we can do this weekend, racing some awesome programs out there and just starting off our second year really strong right now.
I love that. And I know you have over, 50 girls on your rowing team? Is that correct?
Yeah, we're approaching 50. The goal is to get to 68 in the next 2 years. And we have a good committed class for next year already as well. So, again, that build is just continuing to go right now.
And what does recruitment look like for you, bringing in new girls? And is it just an all-girls team, or is it boys and girls?
It is just a women's program. We're a Division I team. The recruiting process is long. I have 2 assistant coaches who are constantly on the road and traveling and visiting other high school programs out there. And it's just trying to get our name out to the country, because it is only in the second year. A lot of high schoolers don't know that we exist yet. So we're just trying to continue to spread the name right now and let people know that this is an amazing place to row.
I love that. And I know that you have been rowing since high school. So what does that mean for you to be a coach of a college D1 team?
Yeah, I think for me as a coach, I love giving back to this sport and to the next generation of rowers. It's not just to make them better, faster, stronger rowers. It's to help set them up for life after rowing and after college. That's what my coach gave to me. And so if I can give that back to the next generation, then I'm doing my job well.
Thank you so much, Coach Jess. It was a pleasure meeting you. And
well.
Good luck today with your team, and good luck with everything at HPU.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Michaela and Jess. It's great to learn a little bit about the High Point University and what they're doing to build out that program here.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that mistake again, by the way, High Point. It's drilled in my brain, so I apologize for everybody. But 13 freshmen.
Yeah.
And then with the goal of 50.
68.
68. The 13 freshmen, I would love to know more about how many of those are true walk-ons and how many of those have actually rowed before.
Yeah.
That's a big program, Akil.
Yeah, I had the chance to talk to Jess a little bit about the program and about the, what they've been building out. And, she said, like one of the challenges is that you have to have I think there's a good combination, because you have to have athletes that want to come and build something, right? To build that legacy, which is going to be High Point University rowing. And so, that's the challenge when you have schools like, here that are like Duke or like Texas that are powerhouses, right? So how do you get those really good athletes to say, hey, come here and be a part of a legacy?
Well, I think that's the selling point.
Yeah.
I remember back in all of my experiences and meeting other programs that have been through that, they don't talk about the wins and losses. They talk about that legacy. They were the first ones to do it. They were the first ones to build something. And that's a powerful sales tactic, right? You have the investment from the community, you have the investment from the school, and
you have the investment from the athletes.
From the athletes. But 13 freshmen, you hope that they carry through all 4 years. And you've been around enough programs to know that by the time they hit senior year, they're building long-lasting friendships that'll go for decades in the future. You're building the culture, and you're building just a rhythm. Yeah. I've interviewed hundreds of coaches through Rowers Choice platform, and the thing that continues that we hear over and over again is the culture and the fit, and the coaching staff. It's obvious that they care about that. They care about the future of their athletes, and they care about what's going to happen next. And I got to tell you, a couple years of that kind of coaching mentality, they're going to win a lot of races, Akil.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that they've got both the enthusiasm as well as the support to really put High Point on the map as a rowing school.
I also, as a freshman, all I'm doing right now after hearing that interview is I'm bringing myself back to when I was a freshman. I know it was so many years ago. I'm 40 years old this year, but it feels like yesterday that my freshman coach said, "Hey, welcome to at the time it was Marietta College. Welcome to Marietta."
Right.
And they had this. It was this energy that you just didn't want to leave. You didn't want to lose. And I really hope that these young women there feel that and have that.
Well, I think that is going to be the challenge. But I think they have Jess Dietrich, the right person for the job, and hopefully she's going to lead High Point University into a strong legacy.
So I know that we're supposed to be talking to what you see on the camera here, but we just finished a men's pairs race.
Yeah.
Or is it a women's pairs race? I think it's a men's race. Tell me, have you competed in a pair before? Have you competed at a high level in the pair?
I've competed in a pair before, and it's wild. I can't remember what reason this was, but I actually rode with a lightweight, Gabe Winkler. For some reason, our coach decided that we were going to be a pair. And I just remember the first time I got into it, how wobbly it is.
Yes.
It's such a technical boat because you're playing off of one person, right? When you have two oars and you're sculling, it's a little bit more symmetrical. But when you're rowing in the pair, it's a bit asymmetrical. So you're responding to what your teammate is doing, and you're working really hard to line up both of your power curves, your stroke rating, and your balance.
So I'm having a hard time here, and maybe some folks can help us. We have a mix of boats coming down here right now. We had what looks to be a master single or youth singles and then men's pairs. That's what's so cool. We go back to this. We talked about this before. The wide variety. The folks here at this regatta really are showcasing all levels of rowing, single sculling, sweep rowing, and then all the way up to a race that's coming up in about, 6 minutes, and that is women's national team level racing.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to be starting here just in 5 minutes.
And here you go on the screen. You can see this is the Lenny Peters Cup women's single, USA versus the world. And I am fired up because I am excited to see both Lauren O'Connor and Tabia have returned from racing over at World Championships this year.
That's right.
And then, Katerina is going to represent the Ukraine, and I think last year she talked about what a privilege and how proud she is to be able to do that. So this right here is for me. Over at Henley, we do a ones to watch. This is the one to watch.
I'm anxious here. I'm getting excited for the starting line here. And it's so important for the folks here that are going to watch this. Watch the quality of rowing, right? See what the world what these athletes representing the world rowing. Now, I wish I had this in front of me right now, but how well did Lauren do this year at the World Championships?
I believe that she was either 9th or 10th. She was pardon me. She was 9th in the quad in 2004.
Okay.
In Paris, France, and she was 10th this year in the women's single.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Akil.
Yeah, I like to say that racing in the single is this weird thing because you have this group where it can interchange, right? Like that top 7 or 8 can be in the final. Sometimes there's you have powerhouses for men for Ollie Zeidler or something like that are winning constantly, but you do have this group of people that are really close.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see here how this race shakes down. Tabia from Germany from Germany. She'll have a hat on. That's a sort of to be able to recognize. We'll see Lauren. Maybe she'll be sporting the Stars and Stripes. We'll see.
I sure hope so.
And then we'll have Katerina from the Ukraine as well. And she raced the Lenny Peters Cup last year. So we'll see.
Well, so we watched the men's youth singles coming down, and these guys maybe have a year or two under their belt. But now you have folks here that this is their career. I mean, this is their path. So going back to how you compete, this really is a big head game here, right? Because I think probably physiologically they're all pretty close to the same, right? To be at this kind of level, and then it's really going to come down to how well they race in their own head, how they compete inside their boat. But there's I don't know, how much gamesmanship goes into this, considering that they have this much experience?
Yeah, what I like to say about racing at this level is you cannot count on anyone to give up, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no one's going to give it to you, right?
No.
So this is where your race plan is extremely important. Any type of sort of inch you can take on your competitor to sort of just get into their head psychologically,
Sure.
they're going to fight back.
Oh, yeah, they
but
are.
you want to just take the shots where you can. And so racing becomes a little bit different here because I like to talk about there's tactics and strategy. Your strategy is your race plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happens? Oh, someone catches a bobble. Can you capitalize on that? That's a tactic.
Yeah.
You have to react. You have to say, all right, I'm taking a 10 here. I'm going to move. But they have 4,800 meters, and that's a long race, right?
How much do they know about each other, right? So you go into competition, and if you've been racing against each other for a while, you tend to know what to expect.
Yeah.
How much of that goes into it? How much goes into them understanding who they're racing?
Well, I think Tabia and Lauren probably know each other fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was out the other day. I saw them. They were going out to practice together.
Okay. Yeah.
I haven't had the chance to speak with Katarina, but I know that she has just been balancing this career and her training, and so we'll sort of see how that's progressing, I think, in this race.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, how much, how much do they know about each other? Because when you get into it and you say, let's say Lauren, she knows, right? She's, they're going to take a 3-boat length lead, and it's that calmness. It's like, how do you manage that? And I'm excited to see really what that first start looks. I think we're going to learn a lot about that race in the first 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah,
and we should be coming up to the starting line here now.
Yeah, and you know what is interesting about this is that here we go. We are on the starting line. You can see, I think we have Germany over here on the right-hand side of your screen.
U.S. in the middle.
U.S. and Ukraine. And you can see them getting ready to line up. This is a floating start. So, everyone's getting ready, maybe a little scooch, a little inch.
Well, I was going to ask. I was like, what would you do? Would you like shoot a little bit?
Take a little scooch. You take a little inch, and that's sort of how it goes.
About 10 seconds till start.
Yeah.
You just, I don't know. I feel the pressure, Akil. I feel like I want to quiet. I want to get really quiet right now. I feel the pressure.
Right. Yeah. Just, And we are off and racing. You can see
Lauren
the USA, Lauren with a quick start there. We have experience in Germany. She's not going to be rattled. She has years of experience racing at that top level. We have the Ukrainian rower, Katarina, hanging on there. And as you said, we'll see how this shakes out in the first 2 minutes. Lauren shot out of there pretty quickly.
We go back to, like, how much do you want to keep in the tank, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like that move is that I need to lead. I want it. This is America. I'm here. This is my course. You can't beat me.
Yeah.
And she's established that quick 1-length lead. I got to say, Germany is not that far off. Now, at this point, 50 seconds in, almost a minute in, what happens? You get down to that base rhythm, right?
Well, this is the question, right? Like, do you keep going? If you're Lauren, do you keep going? You got to remember, there's money on the line here. This is not just like, bragging rights. This is for pay my rent and eat my dinner. Like, you can see right there. Lauren is not slowing down yet. She's like, I am going to put myself in a position where I can control this race. But as I said, Tabia, she is a seasoned rower, a seasoned athlete, many accolades to her name. Yeah. I don't think she's going to be rattled by Lauren's quick start.
Go back to when you were racing and stuff. Like, it's because you do it so much, right? You know your body, you know your boat, you know the water. I get it. She's not going to get rattled. But Lauren, the rhythm is still up on Lauren, right? If you notice the stroke rate difference, there's probably about, 34 strokes a minute to probably 31. Yeah. That's a huge difference in single sculling.
Right. Now, the interesting part, I think, that might play a little bit into this is that Tabia was actually in the 8 over at World Championships in Shanghai.
Oh, wow.
So it'll be interesting to see how much sculling she's been doing since then and what impact that is going to play. Now, physiologically, as you said, these athletes are all training at a high level.
They're very close.
Very experienced, very close. So now what it's going to come down to, you can see Lauren and Tabia have pulled away. Katarina still has the opportunity, like you can't let them get too far away. But you can see these two are battling. And as I said, I'm going back now and wondering what they were doing when they went out to train together yesterday. Were they doing pieces? Were they just out for a light little paddle? Was there some gamesmanship going on? Let's do a power piece and someone's holding back.
Yeah,
but
right.
those are the type of intrigues like now. But I think that they do have a friendship. And as we were talking about knowing who are you competing against, Lauren is not going to discount the strength and ability of Tabia.
Well, so Lauren, she's keeping that rhythm up right now, but there's only, about a foot and a half of water open.
Yeah.
You got to be, I'm thinking, like, in my head, why isn't she going away? Why isn't she going away? She's probably like, how do I break this girl? How do I break her? How do I break her? And that is, I know these are things that she thinks about and these athletes think about all the time.
Yeah.
They're putting everything they have at it. You're getting a little bit late. You're starting to inch back, like every stroke gaining an extra inch or two. But look how much more relaxed the German is right now.
Yeah.
It's almost like she's got something in her bag that Lauren might not know.
Well, we'll see, because as I said, Lauren continues. She looks very good right now. She looks very relaxed. And I think that coming off of rowing at World Championships, having been in the boat, being comfortable, we'll see the impact of that on Tabia having crossed over to row in that sweep boat, Now, for those who don't know about the difference between sweep and sculling, why don't you tell us a little bit about that, Alex?
Oh, man, so sweep. I liken it to like a big it's just more powerful. I think you have one oar, right? So your inside arm sits outside closer to the rigger. You have your outside as a lever. Okay, you have one oar. They tend, and especially in eights, it's a lot more of a power punch. You have the aggressiveness on the front end. It's a lot faster. In sculling, 2 oars, 2 hands. You got to spend a lot more time balancing that boat. But I want to just point this out. Lauren is putting on a clinic for every single sculler and every sculler here at this beautiful event. Look at what she's doing. Try to mimic that. I growing up, I always wanted to be a basketball player, and I would just watch Michael Jordan and be like, how can I be like that guy? Well, if you want to be a single sculler, if you want to race here at a high level, look at what Lauren's doing. Controlled hands, smooth. She looks really balanced. Her shoulders are down, relaxed. Especially in sculling, what happens? You get tight, shoulders go up, right? Hands get tight, forearms get tight. And she's showing us right here how do you actually do it.
Yeah, and she's very relaxed now. You can see she may have brought the rhythm down, the rating down just a bit, but it still continues to be higher than the German. And right now it's established a very strong lead. And, I think that, we can sit here and wonder and make conjectures about sort of what's going on in the head of the other athletes. But right now you got to be thinking that they've got to find something right now to be able to make a move.
5.5 minutes in, this is probably going to be 17, 16-minute race for them, right? So not quite halfway.
Yeah.
But going back, we've been saying this whole time. You have that kind of a lead, you take a breath, and then you just keep on building on that lead. But again, these are not junior athletes that have been doing this for a year or two. I don't know. Maybe we're going to wait to see, especially at that turn, if the German can come back and take control. Tabia can take control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because she's still not letting her go. We talked about it earlier.
No,
how far is too far?
There.
It's not far enough. She's okay.
That, in my mind, is not far enough right now. And there you go again. Lauren looking very strong, rowing very well.
Yeah, what do you see? What do you think? What is she doing great right now? What do you see?
Well, right now what she's doing is there was great rhythm, great ratio, just very relaxed. What I like to say about sculling, especially in the single scull, is that you need to be efficient. And so you don't want to have any extra movements. And right now you can see there's a shot. Katarina, still working very hard to sort of stay in this and do what she can.
You said this earlier. I want to bring this up. Rowers are a fascinating bunch. Even when we're behind, we don't stop.
Yeah.
Right? And you just saw that with the other two single scullers. They know that they're behind. They know they're not winning right now, and they're still throwing everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink at it, and they always have that sense like, I can still get this. I can still win.
Yeah.
And I think that's an attribute that rowers, we all share. We all feel like we're never behind.
Yeah.
Even though we can't see a darn thing.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm going to get this. I can still win. I can still win.
Well, and that's fundamental to how you make it to that top level. And in many ways, it is that sort of war of attrition. And right now, we can see it looks like Lauren may have been able to squeeze out a little bit more of a lead.
That might be too far, I
think.
And
the question is, I think, me personally, that Tobias still has an opportunity. There's still a lot of time left in this race. But right now, the lead is getting to the point where she has to do something to counter.
Now, I know you said earlier you don't want to get off your rhythm, but, gosh, she's got to be feeling good right now, huh, Akil?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, every time I'm like, oh, it looks like she may be slowing down a little bit, she sort of makes a move or maintains that speed or has the ability to really push through.
The rhythm has not slowed down. Now, I'm excited to see how she handles that turn.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so you might see a little bit of bobble here or there. I don't know. But these are professionals. This is the highest level you can get at our sport. And she's representing us very, very well here.
Yeah, and with these wonderful conditions on this beautiful fall day, Lauren O'Connor from the USA is really showing with gusto how to move a boat. You can really see she's got a great catch, a little turn there. You can see remaining low in the shoulders, as you mentioned, really driving those legs down and accelerating through that finish.
Wow. There's
nice,
USA.
Clean finishes. There you go. Team USA here at the Lenny Peters Cup 2005.
Oh, you see the grimace in her face. Oh, yeah. It's getting tough. It's getting tough, Akil. Now, we wanted to point out here, you saw the single sculler that she was rowing past earlier. So in a head race, you're going to see a lot of overlapping, especially today. There's going to be boats of this quality, this speed, passing others. I hope he understands how great she was rowing past him. That guy, I hope he got a good look at what great sculling is. But, one thing I love, and I want spectators to understand, she's keeping calm, but she is under a lot of strain right now. Her body is aching. Her heart rate is probably at 90% max, yet she looks calm as can be. Can you talk a little bit about that, about the difference between looking calm and what we go through as rowers?
Yeah, there's all types of sort of analogies about never let them see you sweat or, and so on. But I think the key is that you want to maintain efficiency and sort of the grimacing, all of the things, these extra things, they take away from that focus of exerting yourself maximally. And so right now, we have a flip in the race. Lauren is going to have to avoid this.
So this adds to a whole other layer of this competition, and let's talk about that. We're coming into the big turn here with that awesome duck, but she's going to these athletes are going to have people in their way.
Yeah.
Right. And now, what? I guess a way to win this thing is to be calm in that environment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, let's just, just going back, hopefully we're going to get, so people aren't worried, hopefully we'll get somebody out to help that the sculler that has flipped. We are taught as scullers how to get back in the boat right away. The boats act as flotation devices. So right there you can see there treading water a little bit. Nothing too much for the athletes in the Lenny Peters Cup. USA versus the world challenge to worry about, but definitely just something that is there outside of your periphery. As Lauren comes in, you can see here to make.
Well, she's spotting her turn, right? She's really surveying the land here, what she needs to do, and you could see it as soon as she hits this one yellow buoy, she's moving.
Yeah,
and we talked about it before in the sculling. In a sweep 8, you have nothing to really worry about. Your coxswain it's their job to get you around that buoy, and sometimes they'll say, "Hey, bowman, drop out," or "What, power over." This is all on her shoulders, and just like in the men's youth, I mean, she's handling this thing beautifully. She's not off her rhythm either. You see that? She's staying steady.
So one thing you may have noticed if you're watching this race, one thing that Lauren did that's a little bit different is she managed to drag that oar in the water as she made that initial turn to sort of slow her down and give her that turn. And so it's a technique that you can use. There's different techniques for making that turn. Here you can see Tabia is working hard coming around that turn as well.
We notice her body language.
And we'll see.
She's struggling right now, and it's hard. I mean, it's not to discredit. I mean, she's a wonderful international athlete, but man, this isn't easy, Akil.
Yeah, you know, at no level is 4,800 meters easy of racing, especially when you have competition that is highly trained. And so right now what you'll see is that, you know, to take nothing away from her, she's just not as relaxed as Lauren. And it looks like it's just a little bit harder.
Well, look at the shoulders, right? So the folks out here that I get a chance to watch this great rowing, just notice the differences in the two athletes. Lauren has that sizable lead because her shoulders are relaxed. She's keeping up with the rhythm, and it's just so important at racing this kind of distance that you maintain that control, Akil, breathing and relaxed shoulders.
Yeah. Now, having coached a few people, I tend to give athletes a little bit more leeway. Yeah. And I say, like, people use the tools that they have. I've seen the great rower Jim Dietz. Oh. If you ever watched him row, it was not a thing of beauty, but he moved a boat. So when I am discussing athletes, I give them a little bit of grace sometimes. But I think that you're right. To me, the key is, even no matter what you're doing, does it look relaxed? Does it look efficient? Does it look as though this is something that you can maintain for a long time? And with Lauren, that's what we saw. Going back to your analogy, it was that metronome. It was that tick-tock of just executing the stroke, pushing the legs down, that really allowed her to establish a dominant lead off the start.
This is wonderful for her. I mean, she's got to be – she knows this is hers to lose at this point. And we have great weather. We have great water. It's unlikely that she's going to fail at this, but we were talking about it. But we got a bunch of singles here right behind her. She's definitely going to catch them before the turn, and that plays into more of this race. There's so many obstacles beyond the turns, beyond the ducks. You actually have rowing boats to get around, and she's probably going to approach them, in the next 45 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You know, you had this top fleet. You had the U.S., you had Germany, and you have Katarina Maestrenko from the Ukraine, who's actually been in the 8 that has won here.
Wow.
You know, and so it's interesting to see this whole diversity of athletes from, you know, all over the world competing.
So I'm excited for Lauren to be coming around the turn with this big crowd here building up along the shoreline, and we're going to make sure that we cheer for what Lauren has been able to accomplish here. And I hope that everyone here watching can get a lot of pride in what she's putting on here. She's putting on a clinic.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to get a little bit of hype here for Team USA as Lauren makes that turn. We will let you know up in the stands representing our country. She finished 10th at World Championships in Shanghai this year. Coming off that finish, this has really got to feel good. A great way to start the fall head race season for Lauren.
Yeah, like you said, this is not just for a trophy. This is for some money here. This is a big deal. You know, this is something that you don't see a whole lot of here in rowing. And man, she's a couple hundred meters away,
and cooking nonetheless. And so, you know, as you have this great shot of the golf course over there, you get to see from this drone footage the distances that have started to become established. And, you know, I thought this was going to be a little bit more pressure from Tabia. But I am really happy and proud of the work that Lauren is doing here.
Great shot of the scale of this regatta in this space. 4,800 meters is a long way, Akil. It's a long way. And that shot right there just shows how long it really is.
That is true. And, you know, it's interesting because we have head races that are they're different distances, but for the most part, I'll translate this into to miles. They're around like 3 miles or something like that, right? So you have these races, and so you have the head of the Charles, which is like 47.6 or something like that. And so this is definitely, and there you go, another shot of Lauren. She is cranking it through. You can see her moving fast. You have Tabia, who's just past the duck. Lauren has just passed and is coming up.
And they're still just behind that last turn, so we haven't quite seen them yet. This is the last batch of some single scullers coming through.
My apologies there. I got a little excited going back and forth between the finish line and the monitor here.
You know, I'm going to plead ignorance here. I don't know why it's 4,800 meters. Akil, is there any history of like why head racing is that length?
Well, once upon a time there was Julian Hesdremus who started. No, I have no idea.
Come on.
What do I know? But we are back here, and there you go, a great sort of overhead drone shot. Here we go. You can see Lauren
now you got a good
pass
shot.
The yellow duck of Bethany Medical, such a great and instrumental part of the High Point community. It's going to pass by the big yellow duck, who looks like a little bit off kilter there. Maybe partied a little bit much.
A little long last night.
Yeah, and that finish line is right in her sights now. You can see Tabia here if you're on the shore. That is Lauren O'Connor of Team USA.
Yeah, that's right. There we go.
Rowing, finishing strong through the finish of the Lenny Peters Cup.
And coming in just under 19 minutes. That's just impressive.
There you go. And she has finished the race. And here you have Tabia from Team Germany. Tabia Schindekel. And she is finishing strong right now, getting out nice and long all the way through the finish.
And like we said, it's the never give up mentality, right? She kept on going, and it's a great thing for these young athletes to see that even if she's behind, she knows she's not getting first place, but she's still putting on a show. She's still putting in the pressure and the time. That's one lesson rowing has absolutely taught me in my career, is that never give up mentality.
That is 100% true, and you can see that in Katerina Maestrenko here, who has passed the Bethany Medical sign and is going past the big duck to finish up this race. And she is finishing up strong.
And look at the other athletes cheering her on.
Yeah.
See that? Waiting for her to finish.
And here you go. Katerina Maestrenko is going to cross the finish line of this 2025 Lenny Peters Cup and High Point Autumn-Fall Rowing Festival.
There it is.
And there it is.
Hopefully the crowd can get a nice round of applause for these incredible athletes.
Well done, well done. And, you know, I think that I thought that might have been a little bit tighter. You know, I know it's always tough, and that's the thing about these sort of head race, sprint races where you start off side by side. There's a lot of excitement there. So,
well, it just shows the importance of getting that lead early. I mean, we've seen that now in 2 singles races.
Yes.
That the athlete that got that lead early has held on to it. And maybe that's food for thought for these future rowers here today, is get that lead, especially in that sprint race. Now, you know, going back to Henley, so you commentate Henley, you've competed in it many times in your career. I liken it to that because a lot of the times you get that early lead, it's real hard to climb back.
Yeah, and it's the side by side. It's a different feeling than when you, and there you go, as you spoke about, a great shot of the 3 competitors there in the Lenny Peters Cup. You know, Dr. Lenny Peters just just an icon in the High Point community. Started out, dirt floors in India, made it all the way over here to the U.S. With Bethany Medical and his foundation are
this community is very lucky
giving
to have had him,
back, very in a big way.
Now these three national team level athletes are going to be coming here across our banks, and again, I want to make sure that the crowd here really shows their appreciation and gives them a big applause when they get close here. You need that. You need that excitement. You need that energy after competing for 19 minutes.
That is correct. So it's really, really, there you go. Look at that shot right there. And, I think that especially in the single, you have a situation where you're by yourself. Mm-hmm. So your competitors are actually your team. And even though you're on the water
I never heard
and
that
you're
before.
competing against each other, like when you're off the water, like that's your people. That's who you're hanging out with. It's funny. I would be there with Olaf Tufta and Istok Kopp, and we would be hanging out. And on the water, it's race time. But when it's over, we're taking care of our stuff, and so we're helping each other out. In things like that, and so
is it the same thing in, say, a men's or women's 8s and 4s? Do you get that same sense of that camaraderie, or is it really specific to single scullers?
I've seen it across different teams, and to be fair, not every single sculler is like that, right? Like not every single sculler wants to be friends with the rest of the crowd.
How about this right here?
And,
there they are. Look at that. Yeah, we got to get a big round of applause, everybody.
Yeah, they're coming in right now.
Unbelievable.
You can see them. Let's get some cheering going for, yeah. Here we have a great racing from Katerina Maestrenko representing the Ukraine, Tabia Shindekel from Germany, and the USA's Lauren O'Connor. Yeah. Nice job, Lauren. There you go.
Oh, I got to smile.
There you go.
Smile. Look at that.
It's funny because Lauren and I were talking about buying boats earlier. So maybe we have a little bit to find a little discount and see what we can do now.
I do appreciate what you put everybody in the same model, the same single. Yeah. So there's no, it comes down to the athlete. There's no advantages or disadvantages. Nice approach here for this regatta.
Yeah, and it just makes it easier too in terms of getting here and what the athletes have to bring and what you have to do. So I love this. This is actually a format that they take in Coastal as well, where they handle bringing the boats, and everybody's rowing in sort of the same or a similar boat.
This is a little plug for coastal rowing. But so I was a lifeguard growing up. Dan Garb, Dan Garb.
I know the Garbs.
The Garbs showed me how to row lifeguard boats, and then recently, just about a year or two ago, I raced at the World Championships in coastal rowing. And I got to tell you, Keel, if you guys out here, if you have a chance to do that, do it. Okay, it's still a rowing sport. It's not flat water. It's a little bit different. But I got to tell you, it's some of the most fun racing I've ever had, ever. And I hope that part of our sport continues to grow.
Well, there you go. A plug for coastal rowing.
That's it. I had to do it.
There you go.
That's it. Just do it. Just do it. It's too much fun. Here's another overhead shot. Look at that.
All right.
The crowd keeps building.
That's one of the things that's great about this sport as well is the support on the shore, right? You have all of these. You can see Triad United. You can see TBC. You can see all of these crews, High Point. And they're here supporting, parents, friends are here supporting their teams, providing them with sustenance when necessary. Such an important part of staying fueled as an athlete. Once again, Thompson's Boat Center Racing, a powerhouse in the District, Maryland, Virginia area.
They've been around a long time. TBC Racing has been around a long time. Going back to even, early 90s, right?
Yeah, yep. Now at the helm, guy I rode with, Matt Russell, is there, just leading the charge.
You know, I want to point this thing out, and I don't think parents get enough credit. This is a tough sport, right? You gotta drive boats hundreds, if not thousands, of miles. You got to pack up all your stuff. You got to feed 150 kids in the afternoon. They sit here all day long. They get to watch their child race 25 seconds, 30 seconds. The parents need more love. All right, it is a hard job. It's a long day, and look at what they've been able to put together.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think that like that's one of the things about, you know, what we're trying to do and what you're seeing in the sport is a better production job so that, you know, you can see more of the race. You can be more engaged and feel more a part of the racing as whole.
Well, if the athletes are out here listening to us, go thank your mom and your dad. Okay, this is a long, hard day, and they travel a long way, and it takes a village. It actually takes a village here at Kiel. I think I heard we have 15 or 16 people here on the production crew for today.
Yeah.
And then the countless folks that took to build and put this regatta together. How long do you think it took them to put that duck out there? I mean, just that job alone.
Well, I can tell you, blowing up that duck, I saw it being done yesterday, was a job in itself. And they had one guy who was huffing him. No, they were doing it. They were blowing it up, but it takes a lot of air to fill up that duck. So, you know, that alone is a Herculean task. But no, I saw kids out here helping with the setup. I saw volunteers out here helping with the setup, and I think that's a testament to part of what it's so important about this sport, and it is community, right? We're here. Like when you're in a boat, you have people that you depend on, and so you know, it's amazing to see the community come together.
So Michaela has an interview for us, so let's jump over to Michaela for another interview.
Welcome back. I am here with Aaron. Aaron, would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself?
I'm Aaron Sanders. I've been rowing with Triad United since 2014, and I love it. It's great.
And
Gene's a great coach. He's a great visionary, and we just love it here.
And I understand that you helped set up the VIP today. Yes. Thank you so much. It's a beautiful setup. For those who are not here, Erin and her crew did such a lovely job getting everything ready for such a lovely day today here at the regatta. Now, Erin, what kind of goes into planning something like this?
Well, Gene has a vision, and he tells us what his vision is, and we make it happen.
I love that. And I understand you've been rowing since 2014. Yes. Would you mind telling me a little bit about your history? I know you said you're going to be competing in Boston as well.
Yes, I'm rowing at the Charles this year. And like I said, I've been rowing since 2014. Had a lot of good regattas we've competed in, and we just continue to get better. And that's the name of the game, to get better.
And what got you started into rowing later on?
I saw an ad on Facebook, and they were having a learn to row for a master. And a master is anyone out of college. And I came out, and I've loved it ever since. It's awesome. You should come out and try it. You're so tall. You would be perfect.
I fear I tried it once, and I could not get the technique down.
It is not a problem, let me tell you. We need your height.
Oh, thank you so much, Erin. I really appreciate all your time that you've spent with me today. I will look for you in Boston, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Nice to see you as well.
Doesn't that make you so excited?
It does. You know, I think that it's always cool to see kids find rowing, but when you find adults that find rowing, it's a whole different type of thing. It's like, man, like I've got this whole family now, and it's amazing, and it's this community, and it's, you know, it's one of those things. It's a forever sport. You know, I often tell the story of there was a guy who was probably 89, almost 90 years old, who would show up at the boathouse, and we would always help him with his boat to get it down to the water. But once he was in the water, man, like he just moved, you know?
That's beautiful.
And so it's one of those things. It's a lifetime sport.
So I love masters rowers. I'm a master rower. I love us, right? When you find this sport in your 30s or 40s or even 50s, even older, you become obsessed, Akil.
Yeah,
and I could hear 100%. It in her voice. It's you find a family, you find friends. And it's so hard for adults, and the older you get, to find a community that you can be a part of and be along with. And masters rowers. Yeah, I hope that we see that growth more. And I live in Annapolis, Maryland, and Annapolis Rowing Club's been around for over 40 years. And they just moved to a new boathouse. They put out on the side of the road, join rowing. And they went from 40 paid members to over 100 in the course of a few weeks.
Wow.
And that's just one example of one area. Indianapolis Rowing Club, they're pretty far from here, but they did a very similar thing. They put a sign on the open road. Now, this woman over there, she found through Facebook. But Indianapolis put a sign out there, and they have 150 new members in rowing. So the sport is growing, and it all starts here at these regattas. Now, coming up in just, I think, about 5 or 6 minutes, we have a real big race on our hands here, Akil. Who do we got coming up here in about 6 or 7 minutes?
So we have our next race in the Lenny Peters Cup portion of the regatta. And we have, it's going to be who is it? We have Duke University, A and B, as well as Oxford University, all the way over from Mary, England. All right?
It's a big travel. So I think they came in, the athletes, the programs from Edinburgh, and Cambridge came they came here, Thursday or Friday?
Indeed.
Now, talk to me about that. Now, Duke, this is almost their backyard, right? But then you have 8, 9 athletes coming, all that travel, time zone changes. You've competed all over the world.
Yeah.
How much does that disrupt the rhythm, the stroke rate, the time inside the boat?
Well, there's different strategies, and it's interesting. I've spoken to some of the athletes and the coaches, and what's particularly, this is a short trip for them. And they have to go back and go right back to school, right? So their classes have started. They're about 3 or 4 weeks into school. So one strategy, which is interesting, is don't make any changes, right? Stay on your schedule for your times, so that when you are get ready to go back, you're in the same time zone. And what that does, too, as well, is being here, is that, you might be a little bit groggy. Like right now, it's a little bit later in the day for them. It would be naturally later in the day. But they're kind of still on their schedule, right? They're they're getting ready. They can still hit it hard right now. And we'll see how that impacts, or if that has any impact.
And the athletes are about the same age, right? I mean, the Duke University, this is 18 all the way up to 22, 23-year-old. Cambridge. So my experience with Cambridge is it was athletes after they graduated from university. Like Cambridge was the next level for them. And unfortunately, we're gonna go through the list of athletes here pretty soon. But they're about the same quality caliber athlete. Am I correct?
Yeah, I would say that. So there's different levels at, like we have first, second, third boat. Oxford, they have the Goldies and
I want to get into
whatever.
that. Yeah.
So there's the boat that races in the boat race.
Yeah, the big
which
one.
Which is the big one for them.
When is that race? That's in April.
That's in March.
Oh, March.
April, March, I think.
So the women competing today in the 8, they'll be vying for a position in that boat in March. Is that correct?
Yeah. Right now, I think that they're sending a boat to the head of the Charles as well. This is a different set of
different group of athletes.
Okay. And so some of these young ladies may be in the mix, maybe pushing that top, what is currently the top boat. I'm sure that it's a long year, so we'll see if there's any changes that go in there as well.
And then Duke A and B. So for those folks that up here on the hill here, colleges, at this point of the season, it's not championship season, right? You want to win these races. You want to do well, but you sometimes have even lineups. Even though it's A and B, you sometimes mix them up and you have your top athletes spread among the two boats. And you do that for training purposes. You do that to try to make it a better competitive environment. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to talk to the Duke University coach to see if this is truly their A or their B. I guess we're going to find out here in just a few minutes right off that start. Now, in an 8, though, now this is an 8, so this is a lot faster. It's going to be louder, noisier. Coxswains are going to be jockeying for that inside turn here. How do you go about racing an 8 in a big, long 4,800-meter race versus a single?
Well, we didn't get. We were able to say hello to why am I blanking here? To Adrian Spracklin, the head coach at Duke right now.
It's a big last name, by the way.
It is huge.
We'll talk about that at all.
We'll come back to sort of the legacy, the coaching legacy that's there. But so we don't know if he has mixed boats or what. And for those who don't know, that's something that coaches do in the fall sometimes. They sort of just have even boats and sort of just to see and let the teams go out.
Because it's a long year.
However, and to be fair, it's early in the season, right? Like it's
we're only
really,
a week or two into the racing.
So the question, I think, is sort of he's up against Oxford. So, does that change the equation a little bit? Has he decided, all right, you know what? I don't have all of the data yet.
Well, we're going to bring up that screen. Let's get that screen up on to see who is racing, a little bit more details of the athletes. Duke versus Oxford. Here it is right here. Is this the right? So we're going men's first. Is that right, Akil?
Let me go to the...
So I apologize here. I thought it was the women's race first, but... If this is the case, we have a lot of Duke men's rowing boats right here. And that's a club program. That is not a varsity.
This is This is
correct?
This is a women's race. There
should be a women's race.
This is not.
Okay, so the folks in production are verifying whether or not this is correct. But so Duke University has a club men's program and a varsity women's program.
That is correct.
A lot of that just comes down to funding, right? So the university, the AD and all that, they fund that rowing program, whereas a men's club program is self-funded. They rely heavily on donations and support. And our alumni has gone from a varsity program to a club program. And I want to point out, if you want to row and the college that you want to go to has rowing and it's a club, it's still great caliber rowing. It's still absolutely fantastic. And what I love about Duke specifically is they share the same boathouse. They share the same resources, and it's a beautiful place to row. And they don't, the women's program, they don't force the men to be storing their boats outside somewhere, right? They share the same house, and they do a really great job of communicating and working together. So we're going to verify here if this is a men's race or a women's race.
Yeah, I think it is. This is the women's race. I was not aware. I have not seen any Oxford men walking around, so I'm pretty sure that we are on track to start the Lenny Peters Duke versus Oxford race. We will have Duke University A and Duke University B versus
here it is right here.
Oxford. And you can see the boats lined up here.
So what's so interesting is that the two boats, they know each other so well, right? They practice with each other. They train with each other. They eat together. So I think they know going into this how the boats are going to end up and line up. It's really that Oxford, that wild card boat. Now, I'm going to want to know, I can't tell who's who. I think Duke is on the two inside boats, so your right and your left.
Yep.
And then Oxford's on the outside right there. So at the starting line, we talked about getting that lead early. In the 8, it's a little harder to get that kind of lead, right? It's really difficult. So if you're the coach here, what are you telling your crews in those first minute and a half?
Well, much like, any race that we've seen today, I think that the key is going to be trying to get out and just establish any type of lead or advantage that you can, because what you want to do, you want to be sitting in that position of control, right? So it's one of those things where either you are attacking or you're responding to an attack, right? So if you're in the lead, you're responding to an attack. And I don't know why, but maybe psychologically that's a little bit easier.
Well, it's a heck of a lot easier.
But what happens is if you don't respond to that attack, then the momentum shifts, right? And then the crew that is attacking feels like we've got them, we've broken them. And that's sort of the mental aspect of this race.
So we have okay. So there are 5 entries, but it is women's. This is Duke women's A, B, C, and D. And I don't know. I think if I'm the coach, okay, I want the A boat to be the A boat. Okay, right. I don't want Oxford to come here on our soil and take us down. I want the win. All right. Maybe I'm wrong, Akil, but I want the win.
You're right. And just so we can see what we're working with here, we have Duke A and B on the outside. Oxford is in the middle in the purple boat there, and then we have Duke C, D, and it looks like E that are there in that second row.
This is a flotilla.
So this is a flotilla.
That's a lot of Dukes surrounding Oxford right now. I'd be a little nervous.
That's we could make a king or queen joke, the Dukes surrounding the queen. But we'll see how it goes here. Definitely looking forward to seeing some good racing here.
We talk about the nerves, and by now you have 9 people in the boat. And you were joking earlier. You said that you were the jokester. You're the one that liked to talk a lot. I know me, so in all of my experience, I tend to get real quiet. I get inside my own head, and then I'll do some shouting as we're going. Maybe I'll shout to the guy behind me or in front of me, cheering him on as we're racing. But you're telling me that at the starting line, you love to kind of joke around, or you just couldn't keep it inside. You had to talk.
I did, and no one liked it.
I bet no one liked it.
But we are getting ready. This race is off. Here we are at the 2025 Lenny Peters Cup. We have Oxford versus Duke A in the outside. That's farthest to your left. And Duke B on the inside. So here we go. It looks
Duke
as though
already taking it's real close. I mean, within a seat or two, but definitely taking that strong lead.
Yeah, it looks as though maybe Duke got out to a little bit of Duke A got out to a little bit of a start there. They were fast off the start, but as we said, this is a long race. There are a lot of strokes, and right now we're seeing this shot of these women pulling hard together, just crushing it as they accelerate that boat through the water right there. That Oxford crew looking nice and strong over there, trying to hold off the moves of that Duke A boat.
Duke has just a little bit more patience through the drive. You can see they really lock in. Their blades are staying inside that water. Now, if for folks here seeing rowing, really you're new to it, you want to watch that backsplash, so how that blade goes into the water, how it locks in, and the longer that blade is in the water, the more power you're applying it. A lot of times there's a thing called washing out, where you lose the power in the back end of the stroke, and there's a lot of whitewash coming off the blades. That's not a good thing to have. You want patience through the drive. You want all 8 bodies moving together and swinging through. Oxford has made the decision to keep the rate up, Akil. We saw that with Lauren. We saw that with the other folks from Beaver Creek. Lambert, I believe. He kept the rate up to control. And I think with Duke, they're really keeping their rhythm. They're not letting Oxford shake them. But it's only 2 seats difference.
Yeah. And so what we have here, it looks as though Oxford is battling hard. We'll see what their coxswain, Simran Gill, can do. She learned to cox at Stratford upon Avon. and then continued at university. She's undergrad in physics. So we'll see if she can call them up to rein in that Duke crew. A lot of racing to go. And it looks as though Duke A and B are battling pretty hard together. And this goes back to the question that we raised earlier of whether or not these are even boats, or whether or not the coach has decided to put out, a first and a second boat.
Well, so this is a great shot. You see, Oxford looks a little rushed at the finish. You see how quickly their hands are coming out and they're rushing to the catch. Duke has a little bit more patience. You see that in the back half of coming up to the catch, just a little bit more relaxed. And that, when you spread that out over 4,800 meters, that's a lot of inches. That's a lot of feet that you're gaining. You're actually, it's like we call it free speed, Akil.
Yeah.
And Oxford just looks a little too frantic on that back end of that stroke.
Yeah, and you can see right here. Now, this is going to be interesting to see how this shapes up as the coxswain from Duke B attempts to get into that inside. You can see her sort of scooching over there a little bit because they're going to have to make that sort of like turn around the corner. And so what is going to be happening? She doesn't want to be in a place where she's going to impede Oxford, right? Because you can't do that. But she does want to be able to get her crew into a place where she has clear water to get into a better position.
She's already starting. Once she feels comfortable about a couple feet, maybe 10 feet in front of the bow of Oxford, she's probably going to cut it nice and tight. And I'm just thinking, if I'm the B crew and I'm going back to my college days, I got a chip on my shoulder, Akil. I don't want the A to win. We're the top dogs here. We want to win. And I have a feeling that there's going to be a really tight battle here with the B crew and the A crew.
Yes.
But they got clear water on Oxford. It's Duke University all day long here.
Yeah, and so we'll see. Leading that Duke A boat, we have Shaber, and we'll see if she can continue to push. We have the coxswain Herrick, who we were talking about in that B boat there, really making the decision to push her crew to get into a position where they could push over into that inside lane and sort of just get a better position in the race.
Real sharp rowing here on this side shot right here. One thing that rowers we want to do is we want to get that blade in the water quickly at the catch. And old coach used to say, stop waving at me, because I'd have the blade up too high and I couldn't get it down in the water. Top-notch rowing and great coaching here at Duke. And they've had a couple changes over the years, Akil.
Yeah, definitely a lot of changes in terms of their coaching staff. And so right now it seems as though they've settling down. And, when we had the chance to talk to one of the coaches, what really stuck to me, we talked to Wendy Davis a little bit, and the thing that stuck out to me was that she said the athletes have been focused throughout it all.
Yeah, only one left.
And to be rattled, there we go, a great shot there of that Duke boat pressing hard, pressing along. And what you want and that's what you want. And that speaks to a sort of maturity of the athletes to be able to go through these different transitions and to maintain sort of, to maintain their consistency and effort.
Yeah, getting recruited by one staff and then say 2 years later, halfway through, where it starts to get really hard. Collegiate rowing gets hard junior, senior year. You're stepping up in a different level. You're trying to win a national championship. And to have the coaching staff that recruited you to leave and to maintain this kind of quality speed speaks volumes of the program. And the captains. I mean, a lot of this comes down to the captains. How well do the captains respond to that big change? And right now they're putting on a show here in North Carolina. It's good rhythm. It's good rowing.
It is a great rhythm and a great rowing. And just a little bit about this Duke crew here. I believe that's Duke A right there.
It is, yeah.
And we can see them looking nice and strong there.
This is where it gets hard, right? So 6.5 minutes in, you would think you're done rowing, right? You're already about 2,000 meters in. But no. You have a whole another 2,800 meters to go, if not and more, where they are. This is where the coxswain is going to start to say, breathe, controlled, relax. And And what's so great about I love sweep rowing is that you have someone to remind you to breathe. You know, you in your single scull and the folks that we saw earlier, they have to remind themselves. But when the lactic acid is built up, when you're behind or you're ahead or whatever, you have someone there to remind you that you're in the race, you're doing well, stay focused. And this is a great shot. Duke University A out about a 2.5 length lead.
Yeah.
And that's one of those insurmountable leads. Am I right on that? What do you think?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a never say never. We spoke about this before. Yes, that is a strong lead. But, you know, I think that the impressive thing is that this boat here is being led by Cecily Shaber. And she's an experienced rower, you know, as well. And so, you know, she's had some U19 racing experience at the 2024 St. Andrews. So she's not going to be rattled. She's going to know that, like, I'm here to do a job. So she's leading that first 8.
So let me tell you about her. So I know a little bit about her actually. And St. Andrew, hold the S. It's not St. Andrews. I got yelled at a lot for that. Is a strong, powerful team in Georgia, Peachtree, Georgia area. And a couple years ago, they made the conscious effort that they want to win a national championship, and she was part of that push.
Yeah.
There was 3 years, and they continue to be great. They're a nationally ranked top 10 crew.
Yeah.
And she was competing at such a high level. This is second nature to her.
Yeah.
Leading this boat, this is what she did every day, all day for many, many years.
Well, the sophomore leading that Duke B boat, Grace Matos, is not without her own distinctions, and she is racing hard to see what she can do. And I think that in all of these boats, there you go, a great shot of that Oxford boat there, and you have leading that Oxford boat, you, excuse me, got a little bit of a choke in my throat. You have Lily Young. Leading that Oxford boat. You know, they've come all the way over. You can see her take a quick look over there, a quick glance at what is going on. And
so this is great. I just want to point out the blade work. Harry Parker, a famous coach from Harvard, 50, I don't know, how many years, Akil, was he at Harvard? There's a great book that I read called The Sphinx on the Charles, and he talked about blade work, that he only cared about what the blade was doing. He spent more time watching the hands and the blade than anything else. He didn't care what else was going on. And when you get real tired, when you get you get behind, blade work is the first thing to fall apart.
Yep.
And that was what's happening with Oxford. Now, here's an interesting thing. What are we doing here, Akil?
So here you have that Duke boat there. They are making that wild turn there. That's the first boat. You have Hauster and Lapham, they're the bow pair. It would be bow and 3. Is that?
Yeah, it's a stroke boat.
So they are making that wide turn, and now the question is, can the B boat?
Wow, there it is. Look at that.
Cut on the inside and pull back a little bit. Now, this is going to be interesting here. I think this is going to be a little bit spicy because that B boat has been hanging in there the whole time.
Hats off to the coxswain.
And so what a turn there from that coxswain there.
That picked up 2 lengths right there.
It indeed it did. And, you know, this is the type of things that happen when you've got 4.8 kilometers a ride.
So if I'm the coxswain here, I mean, I'm fired up. You just got your crew back into the fight. And anyone here that's been inside this kind of race, when the bow person can sense or feel the crew in front of them, things start to change, right?
Yeah.
And especially the crew in the lead, you might start to see sloppy blade work. And they're starting to, what we call sky the blade. They're starting to row it in. Now, they're strong. They're real aggressive. But when you have someone in the fight, like you mentioned earlier about taking that little punch there, you might rattle the crew.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about that move by the coxswain Lucy Herrick, who U19 world champion in the Cox 4. So she's got some experience, and that move was just such a gutsy move to take the inside of that turn to try to put them back on terms. Now, the question is can the power that we've seen out of Duke A, can they just get back from that, You know,
Well,
and it wasn't really. It wasn't even a mistake, I'd say, by the Duke A coxswain. It was just that there was an opportunity that Lucy saw and she took it.
Well, so Lucy's also another special person. So she rode for Chicago Rowing Foundation, and Mike Wallen and is the program director in another historical program. They won the national championship a couple years ago in the women's 8. He was also the coach that broke the world record in women's 8 at the World Championships a couple years ago. And I know, like, that's a powerhouse program. They build wonderful athletes. So, again, this is second nature to her. She's been through incredible racing, and hats off to her. Now, there's still a length, a little bit over open water. There's probably, 2.5, 3 minutes left in the race here. It's Duke A all day long, but glad to see that Duke A and B are taking down Oxford today.
Now, this is what you want as a coach, though, right? You want to have this level of competition on your team, because what that means is it's only going to push everyone up higher, right?
Yes.
And so I think it's pretty cool to be here, watch this race. Adrian Spracklin's got to be grinning, saying, I've got these two boats going at it over this distance, 4.8 kilometers, and this is the separation between them.
I mean, it's never a bad day to win, right? I mean, they're winning.
They're
dominating.
True. This is true. This is true.
That's a nice looking 8 in the women's A boat. It's 13 and a half minutes. The blade work is still good. The rhythm is still good. The coxswain is maintaining that control and patience. And now that's a beautiful shot overhead. You have about a length and a half open water on A to B, and then it goes back another 4 lengths to Oxford. And what's really cool, if you can see it a little bit in the distance, probably the C or D boat of Duke is on the heels of Oxford.
Yeah.
What a beautiful, great day for Duke if they can take 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. It's going to be a challenge. It looks as though they're working hard to do it. Just going back to that Oxford boat, one thing that I did want to mention about the stroke, Lily Young, is that last year, guess who she rode for?
Who did she ride for?
University of Edinburgh.
Really?
Yeah. So they're not up against each other right now. But can you imagine what that's like? But here we go. We have back another great shot. You can see that Duke boat just getting those oars in there together, just rowing nice and strong.
That's
just
confidence. Great
finishes. You look at that finish; it's just out of the water together, just nice and strong.
And deep puddles. And one thing, like they're all doing this together. You don't see a single person in that boat slacking, right? Everyone's hustling, and here they come on the final turn, about 400 meters to go, 300 meters to go in a long 4.8 kilometer race, and you get a chance to see collegiate rowing at its best right here. And Duke's that team that has been on the outside looking in for a while, right? They're not a national championship crew like you see Texas or Stanford. But I think the coaching staff now believes they can do that, right? They have all the tools you need to win a national championship. Great athletes, coaching staff that believes in them, the school believes in them, and the AD. When you have that perfect collection, anything can happen. And they're starting their fall season in a great way.
And there's a great shot of that Duke 8 looking nice and strong from Cox. We have Herrick. In 8, Matos. In 7, Zolman. In 6, Belschig. In 5, Amos. In 4, Hess. In 3, Lapham. In 2, Hausler. And in Bow, Vitry. They're going to be happy with that performance, I think.
So now here's a fun little thing. You got a length open water of the Duke, possibly C or D boat, and coming into Oxford. And it's Oxford. Oxford's going to have it in third place, but that's got to feel good for the coaching staff here at Duke that they're this close. And remember, they started also. They had a big. There was a time gap, right? So there's a chance that the Duke C or D boat has taken over in terms of time for Oxford.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait till the clock tells us whether or not that is true. But right now, it looks to me as though this Oxford crew coming all the way over from England is putting in that final bit of work, trying to fend off that Duke boat that's just brought the rating up and is crushing, moving every stroke. This is racing right here. Wow, what a final push from that Duke C boat.
But, comical thing. Like, how about the two gentlemen there in the double right there, just seeing two incredibly fast eights surrounding them. That's a scary moment for those guys.
Indeed it is. And what a day of racing. We have another Duke boat coming through, finishing the Lenny Peters Cup.
It's exciting
Oxford
when you have that many entries.
Versus Duke.
So what does that do for a program when you have that kind of depth, Akil? When you have 4, 5, 8's worth of varsity athletes?
Well, I think that's what you need to do, and I think that the path, as you say, to a national champion is going to be that depth, right? Mm-hmm. Because each year you have athletes, not only the depth, but how close they're racing, right? So not only do you have the athletes, but there's a high standard set. And if they can continue to progress with that sort of formula, then I think that they will see themselves in that top echelon of the national championships.
And it doesn't take that long either. If you have 2, 3 consistent years of that kind of size of a program, it raises the bar. I mean, and it's contagious,
I mean, let's look at it. You had 2 sophomores stroking your A and your B boat, right? So, the level of depth there. Not only that, they have some runway, right? Mm-hmm. So it's about that time there. And here we go. There's a great shot there.
Look at that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Just enjoying a little bit of rowing. I can tell you, I'm starting to smell fried things, man. Getting a little hungry up here.
We've been standing this whole time, Akil, okay? And nobody's offered us a chair. Nobody said, you guys want some food?
No one said, hey, you want some French fries, a burger?
The only thing we have not figured out is why the duck? What is the duck? We have not gotten a response on, why is there a duck here?
I put in a request to Gene Kennemuth, who organizes this whole shindig, and he has yet to respond. Maybe it's part of a secret society type thing that, you have to be on the inside to really know and understand what that's about. But,
Here's some Virginia Tech athletes coming up here. This is great.
Okay, yeah. Cheering for the races.
We got the Augies coming down right now. I think that's them right there coming down. So what races are going to be coming through in between the ones that we're announcing? What do you got? What's on the list?
So we just finished up with the Lenny Peters 8.
Mm-hmm. And
so coming up, we have the Women's Collegiate Club 8, Men's Collegiate Varsity 8.
So let's get a preview up,
and
please.
Men's Masters. And then after that will come up, it'll be Edinburgh versus High Point.
Oh, you can hear them now. So
yep.
This is exciting. You got the cheering. I mean, you can't beat it right now. And here this is the women's. Is it the women's or the men's? Women's Club 8. That's good, clean running right there. So coming up, we have the Women's Collegiate Club 8, the Men's Club 8, and then Masters Quad and Youth 8, and then in about, 45 minutes, is that right? And 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, in 20 minutes we're going to be having Edinburgh versus High Point.
All right, and so we are taking a look at the Edinburgh versus High Point, the Lenny Peters Cup. And we'll see what the lineup is in terms of where the boats are situated. But we're going to have Edinburgh versus High Point A and High Point B.
I'm excited to see what the coaching staff did here with the A and B, just like Duke. I mean, it was close. It was a close race, no doubt about it. But here, High Point wanted to put a show on. And Edinburgh, we were with the coach earlier today, weren't we, Akil?
We were.
Had a lot of confidence in him, didn't he?
He did indeed. And I actually had the chance to go out and see them row yesterday. And
how'd it look?
They look pretty good. So we'll see how they match up against High Point.
So the coach, John, he told me that he's been coaching, I think it's 11 years? 12 years. But he's been with the program almost 23 years, since 2002, 2003. That's a big dedication to a rowing program.
Indeed, it is. And so as we wait for them to line up here, you can see them on the starters block.
So going back, we're going to repeat this a lot, this race, just because it's not your standard head race. It's get the lead as soon as you possibly can. Here comes Oxford traveling 1,000+ miles. We should give a round of applause here on that great job, ladies, for a second place finish. That's third place finish. That's fantastic. But you got to get the lead, Akil. So we're going to see it over and over again just because of that sprint style, the high rate, snappy start, snappy finishes. And I think that's going to be just the same thing every single race. The team that gets that lead in the first minute and a half hold the lead for the rest of the race. And I think if I'm High Point, home course here, I'm going after that. I'm going after that lead.
Yeah, I agree 100%, and that's what you have to do. Home course, you have to be willing to step up, and you have to be you have to be there to just like put it all on the line, as you said.
I'm going to want to talk about the coaching staff here at some point in this race because I know them. I know two of them very, very well. I've known them for over a decade, and I want to talk about the quality of coaching that they have and what they bring to the table. But I guess we're just about a minute away from the start, maybe a little bit less. And it's the nerves, Akil. I mean, it's a long race. They know what they're about to get themselves into. And given that where we are right now, High Point really, really wants this. I mean, I know if I'm in that boat, first place is the only place.
You're either first or you're last.
That's it.
Is that who are you, Ricky Bobby?
I want to say it.
All right. Yeah. You know, I think that you're right. I mean, it's definitely, we spoke about this a little bit. It's a young program in terms of the sort of young in the sense that they have recently committed to sort of just really growing the program.
Yes.
So we'll see sort of where they get to in that. I think they were like, what did we say? Was it 13?
13 freshmen. 68 is the goal of the program. That's up. I think that's maxed out NCAA.
Yeah.
But they also have the funding to do it. They have scholarships, and we're going to talk about that a lot today as we go on. College rowing changed my life. I know it changed your life.
100%.
And if these young women out there, if they have a chance to have a scholarship, I mean, take advantage of it, right? And High Point is a wonderful university. And with the coaching staff that we're going to talk about a little bit, they care about their athletes. And it's really important. You know, the coaching staff, if you feel it, you feel like you're cared for, you feel like you're part of a culture, a team, that goes a really long way in your career, in the future.
100%. I agree. So these boats are getting ready, getting prepared to take off here. You can see the flotilla of doubles, it looks like, right behind them.
Don't you want to jockey up a little bit? Don't you? If you're the coxswain, you're like, okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
arms only.
You got to push it a little bit.
Even if it's just a couple inches, doesn't that screw with the mind of the athlete just a little bit? You see that boat go up, and then you spend the next minute and a half thinking they cheated, right? And then you're like, oh gosh, how do I get it back?
So yeah, as you said, I mean, we're going to talk about a little bit about some of the athletes and a little bit about some of the coaching staff. But the one thing that I've noticed is as I look around and I see all of these High Point purple shorts. Yeah, I see.
There's a lot of them.
Recognize. It's pretty great to see the community come out and. If
this
really
is not the
support
loudest race at the end, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
Right? When these crews come around the corner, it's got to be deafening for them. They got to feel that excitement and energy.
Yeah. Yeah. And, I think with new programs, with young programs, you have that excitement there. There's the energy that the program has a ways to go. And so
the purple really, it's great. It's a great color.
The purple pops.
It pops.
The purple pops, yeah.
You don't talk about that enough. Like, okay, so Texas, they got a great color scheme.
Yeah.
All right, Florida Gators, great color scheme.
Yeah, yeah.
High Point, dude.
The purple pops.
It pops, man.
Yeah.
And you wear it with pride.
There you go.
This is bothering me a little bit. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm like, why have we not started this race yet? What is going on up there?
Just as you said that, they started.
Here they are.
And we are off once again in the Lenny Peters Cup. We have High Point University A and High Point University B against University of Edinburgh. And these boats are off to a quick start here.
Akil,
you can see Edinburgh is here closest to us on the screen.
Okay.
Getting out. I saw them practice their starts yesterday, and they were putting some heat on those oars. So they are going to, I think that they are going to get out to this quick start. And the question will be, what rhythm do they settle into after that, and how do they sort of progress along the way? There you go. Great shot here of High Point University.
A lot of power in this stroke. And
yeah.
So a young crew is going to have a little bit of aggressiveness and sloppiness, okay? And sloppy's not bad. You know, I say that, it's not bad. Look at the blades. So as spectators, what you should be looking at is the blade work. Are they going in? Are they going out together? Don't worry necessarily about the bodies.
Yeah.
Something that I love to talk about with when I was coaching is it's okay for it to look bad.
Right.
Inside the boat, right? It's okay. You want to be aggressive, but blade work is really important. Edinburgh, that's clean, good, strong rowing. And that's just a historical program. They've been around a lot longer. And as you watch High Point, why don't we take note of how well they manage the entire race?
Well, you know, one of the things that's interesting here, I'm looking at the coxswain for High Point A, and what I really like about this is that she went to triangle rowing, but she is a North Carolinian.
Oh,
and so it's great to sort of just be here, sort of not only in your home course, home state, and see if you can really push your crew to accelerate and excel.
So we had this interview with the head coach of North. I want to talk about the two assistant coaches. Okay?
Let's talk about them.
So, okay, let me talk about Corey Consimas. Corey and I met almost 15 years ago, and what we call in rowing, he's a journeyman. He's done a lot of coaching all over the country, and he brings so much to the table. And one thing that he does really, really well is he cares about his athletes. And the folks that are looking at High Point as a place to go in the future, Corey Consimas knows rowing, and he loves his athletes, and he cares about them. And that has been repeated over and over and over again. And I remember him telling me a couple years ago, I interviewed him, he said, if that High Point job comes up, I'm taking it. I need it. I want it. And I'm so glad to see that he's here. And he's a wonderful addition to that coaching staff.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the work that University of Edinburgh crew is doing, because they have laid down a blistering pace off of the start of this race.
Now, again, look at the blade work, folks, right? Clean, controlled. That is fantastic rowing. Very patient coming up to the catch, which is those top 6 inches. And in rowing, especially on these big boats, the top 6 inches, the first 6 inches you take on that stroke are so important. It really does set up everything else. And the moment you get off of that rhythm, even 1 or 2 people get off of that Nate, you can feel it, Keel. And right now they're on rhythm, perfect together.
Yeah, and here you go, a shot of High Point.
That's Edinburgh.
Oh, sorry, Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's nice and easy. So there's this thing called clearing their puddles, right? Like they're just clearing their puddles.
Yeah, and you know that I we got to spend some time with James, and it's actually kind of interesting. You have in this boat here, you have James Dearden, who is in that stroke seat, and James has a pretty great pedigree, if you will. First of all, he's a mechanical engineering student, but he has over 8 years of experience as a coxswain, and he's competed at U23 European Championships for Great Britain. So
that's a big deal.
He's got a lot of experience. He knows how to take that crew, to the places that they need to go.
So, stating the obvious here, we have a male coxswain in a women's boat.
Yeah.
We don't see that at all really at the collegiate level here in America. Club level, you see that quite a bit. And I don't know enough about European rowing. Is this pretty standard to see?
No, I think you're seeing it more and more.
Okay. Where
you have sort of, the coxswains will best coxswains will cox the best crews.
Yeah, right. That's right.
And so that's sort of one of the things that we're seeing. Great overhead shot there. You can just see how well that Edinburgh crew is rowing, really getting those oars. You can see, you've spoken about this before, but like pushing the puddles
yes.
down the boat. They're doing all of the stuff. They're staying relaxed. They're being efficient and really rowing well, making short work of every opportunity they get.
great rowing looks relaxed, right? So great rowing, it looks like you're not doing much. And especially you start to get that Olympic level. And Akil, in 04, probably the greatest race I've ever seen in my life is the men's 8 that year. I think I've watched it 100 times. And I even know the outcome every time. But it's wonderful to watch smooth, controlled rowing. That's what you're seeing here with these programs. But for High Point specifically, it's this is so awesome. This is the base level. New coaching staff, new investment in the program. I can't wait to see what they do this spring, next fall, and so on and so forth. And they're not that far off, Akil.
Yeah. I mean,
they're still a couple lengths, but not bad.
Yeah. And I think at this point in the race, what you need from your coxswain is to just say, settle in here. We've got a long race ahead of us, and let's just see what we can do at this point, right? Like, there's nothing to lose at this point. There's absolutely nothing for them to lose. So if they can continue to stay on it and stick with it, then they'll be fine.
And that's the sign of a good coxswain. A great coxswain is reminding them how important every stroke is. Sometimes you forget it as a rower. You like one stroke after another, and you have, in some cases, you have 30 strokes a minute for 20 minutes. But if the coxswain can remind them that you're going to learn from this, let's keep making sure things get cleaner, get smoother, get better. It's going to set them up for a wonderful winter, and that's where the work goes in, right? That's where you get the rest of the training in, and come springtime, I think you're going to see the High Point quite a bit on Row 2K every single weekend. You're going to see it inching up in the rankings.
Absolutely agree. And, I think that there's some interesting things here. There's like in that 6th seat of that Edinburgh boat, there is Grace Dawson, who started rowing in 2022.
Oh, my goodness.
Is now in that top boat. And this is interesting. I was talking up to walk-ons again. I had the opportunity to talk to James. And, just a nice, strong boat there. In that 7th seat, you can see Maddie Fatani. And she is just doing a great job as well.
It looks though, when you and I have watched rowing so much, and you notice here, I get this sense that they've rowed a lot together, right? This crew has probably been together for a year or two, and when you have that much time with a team, a crew, you feed off of each other. There's no words needed, right? You know what they're going to do next, and applauding High Point for doing so well, staying within 2.5, 3 lengths. Such a young crew. Can't wait to see it. And you can pull up the list here. We have young athletes in that High Point boat. Sophomores, probably even a freshman or two. And that just can't wait to see what they do in 3 or 4 years together.
That is absolutely true. And if you go down the list, you're right. You see a lot of, just looking at their roster, freshmen, sophomore. And so it's definitely a building, couple of years for the program. And as you said, I think it will be interesting to sort of see how they continue to progress.
So I want to talk about Katie. I always butcher her last name, and she knows that. Katie L, I'm going to call her. So she was with Charlotte Youth Rowing for many, many years. And that a lot like Corey, she cares about her program. But her experience, she's a personal trainer. She does great things with training. She built a wonderful program at Charlotte Youth Rowing. And so she's new to the job. She just started a couple months ago, about almost a year. She just got married, moved to a new town, and she's someone that can really develop the athletes, just like she did at Charlotte Youth Rowing. And with this group, with Jessica, Katie, Corey, they all have tons of experience, decades of experience, and they spent a lot of time coaching junior rowers. And I have a sense that after about a year or two, you're going to see this team really gel.
Well, there you have it, from the mouth of the man that knows. We're expecting great things from this High Point program, headed by Jess Dietrich.
Now, we're still not at the turn. I'm excited to see how Edinburgh takes that turn, like that Duke turn, right?
Yeah.
That inside turn, really, really cutting it short, added a couple lengths to their time. So here they come. They're slowly approaching it.
Now, I didn't get the opportunity to see their turn. They were keeping it under wraps from me. No, not really. But, and there we go. Once again, we have the choice to sort of slow the boat down by having rowers, athletes, put their oars in the water.
What's your sense? You like that? You like that move?
It sort of depends on the race and the sharpness of the turn. But this one's interesting because you have a wide distance that you actually row across. So now the question is, does he have bow? Nope, still in the stern. Interesting. Okay.
We're being very critical here, but that's our job. Our job is to be critical. And I would never get stroke C out of rhythm. And that's what they did here. They took stroke C out of it. And they did pick up speed. They did pick up time here.
Yeah.
High Point did. Getting out of that rhythmic heel, especially in an 8, it's not like you could just turn it on and off. It takes many, many strokes to get back into it. And they're still in control, and that's fine because they have great athletes. But if that was a tight race, if that was tighter than that, I would have been a little anxious getting my my stroke seat out of rhythm.
Well, I think the real question, though, is is that what they've practiced, right? So have they practiced that move? Is that how they take their turns? And if that's the case, then maybe they found that to be optimal.
Well, this is the only race in the fall that I know that does turns.
Well, there's also the Green Mountain Head up in Vermont.
That's a small boat, right?
That is a small boat race.
Yeah.
But, to your point, there's not a large amount of stake races.
Did you ever race that?
Yeah, I did race that as well.
You probably wanted to, didn't you?
Actually, I lost to Jamie Coven, and then we got in the double.
Jamie's really
we
fast.
were first and second, and then we got in the double and won the double.
And he's a brown guy, huh?
Yeah, indeed he is.
All right, so the rhythm is a lot longer. They're a lot more controlled. They brought it down.
Yeah.
Sitting probably mid to high 20s. They're very much in control, and they're enjoying the race. I mean, this is a top level crew. These are no slouches here. They know what they're doing.
Right. Yeah. You sort of nailed it. Like we talked about, sort of like getting ahead and sort of what it means to be in that position. And so right now the question is, okay, they've got more races today. We've got the dash. They've got another distance race. So what's going to happen as they switch it and now they race another crew? So are they slowing down? Are they just like saying, we're going to be ready for the next races? I mean,
that's
they've got. I mean, whereas if you looked at that Duke crew, that Duke A boat, it looked like they just kept the afterburners going.
If you're as high quality of an athlete as these women are, and the men here racing today, going hard for 20 minutes is not a big deal. You can jump in and you can get into that 300-meter sprint or whatever, and there's no reason to ever hold back. Like you don't hold back. I think that's such a silly approach to anything. I love what they're doing here. Good on High Point.
So you're out of the Prefontaine school.
No, dude. I'm flying.
Who believed that a beautiful race was one where you didn't hold back anything. Steve Prefontaine. Sorry if I'm dating myself there, but great American runner.
Half the people know who that is here. Yeah.
Great American.
I love that shot. Every time we get to this shot on this course right here, what a beautiful image. Greensboro, North Carolina. It's just perfect. It's 75 degrees. It's High Point, but we're in Greensboro. Greensboro, North Carolina. We're at High Point, but you have beautiful weather. How often do we get a chance to have this kind of weather at head races?
I mean, this is sort of nice. It's that balance between sort of just the heat and sort of a nice cool breeze coming through, and so you get sort of the best of all worlds in this situation.
Oh, this is wonderful.
And there we go. Another shot of that High Point crew there.
What do you like about this? I like the aggressiveness. I like that they're not giving up, right?
Yeah.
Because you can tell, if you've been rowing for a long time, you can tell when an athlete gives up and just knows that they lost a race, and you could see it. These women here racing for High Point, okay, they're in second place, right, in a three-boat race, but they're not stopping, Akil. They're still giving it all, and that is so important for future rowers. And the athletes here on the lawn, they see that too, right?
Yeah.
And they know the importance. The athletes out there rowing know the importance of pushing and trying hard.
Yeah, and I think that that's what that from a coaching perspective, that's what you want to see. Like, we talk about the fact that this is a young fledgling program, and as a coach, what you want to see is your athletes willing to go out there and give it all, even if the odds are insurmountable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because what that means is like you can coach more fitness, you can coach better technique, but you can't coach that mental skill
the drive. You can't coach it.
of sticking with it no matter what.
Mm-hmm. You either have it or you don't. That's
Yep.
it. Now,
So-
here's the final turn, about 350 meters. I'm going to be disappointed if the crowd is not screaming their faces off when High Point is out in front of us here. But now you see, so Edinburgh they brought the rate down, a very controlled rhythm. They know they won. They know they have this thing in the bag. And I think you're right. I think they are preparing themselves for the afternoon.
Yeah, and they are looking good. Nice rhythm here, even at that lower rating. And I think the thing that's going to be interesting here is they're actually going to be swapping around their lineup because of they have an Irish rower who had some injuries earlier this year, and so but outstanding level of rowing. All around for this university.
That's the crowd. That's the crowd. We want to hear it.
University of Edinburgh program.
From the outside, you look at the bow, the way the bow is surging right now for High Point. That's a good thing to see. For rowers out there, you want to see that bow surge like that. You want to see it explode off those top 6 inches. And even after racing for 17 minutes, they still have it, and they're still going for it. Crossing the line here in just about 17 minutes. That's impressive.
It really is. They were moving quite well. They'll be proud of that time. And I think that we'll see.
Testing.
Here we go. We have the B crew coming through. Still pushing.
We're going to have to put her in her stroller to go outside.
Cox by Ariana Ording here. Maximizing that last little bit, pushing her crew through the finish line here.
I think people have to really understand. Like, imagine a freshman basketball team playing a bunch of seniors, guys that have been playing for a long time. This is what High Point is right now, right? It's this young crew that just doesn't have the experience, and that's not to say they're not going to have it in the future. It's a wonderful starting point.
Yeah, and you had Riley Templer there pushing her crew through that last little bit of the race. Freshman. Stroking that B-boat.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So I never had a chance as a
welcome
freshman to race
to the Regatta
varsity
Lounge.
level.
Yes.
And I'm glad that I didn't because I wasn't prepared for it. That's a daunting thing for a freshman to come in and be racing this quality of an athlete.
Indeed it is. I went straight to the varsity program.
Of course you did.
We're just going to turn the TV down and
collected
you collected $200.
I collected $200 in the way. So it was pretty interesting stuff there. Lots of fun. And there's a great shot.
Sometimes
you can
in
see
the world of rowing,
the hard work
special
put in
things
by
happen.
these athletes. And just pretty amazing
Special things
all
happen.
around.
There's a lot
Everyone
of
should be
special things
proud of the
happening
work that they
today
put in.
here in
And they have
High
another
Point.
race to go.
And they
One
have
of them
two more
is
races
two more
to go,
races
I
to go.
believe.
Oh, my
So
goodness
ritual
gracious.
in
We'll
our
see how it
sport
goes. They
is
have
from time to
they have a
time
dash.
we dedicate a
and they
boat
have
to
another
someone who's
race
very, very special,
against
put their name on it. We're
against
going
Oxford.
to do that outside
See
here
how
right
that
now.
works out.
Oh, that's
If
right.
you'd
So
like
Edinburgh
to come
swaps
out,
over and they
we'll
race.
swap,
yeah.
we'll
and
swap
join
over.
us
And
for
so
the
this
boat
is the interesting
dedication.
thing
Then
where
we'll
you
come
have
in, do medals for
the
morning
Oxford,
races, and then we'll have lunch. We'll get
the,
this wrapped up in
Oxford,
about 15 minutes. So please feel free to come out and join me.
who rowed at Edinburgh. So luckily they're not rowing against each other.
Now we have an interview setting up here, aren't we?
We do. We have Katerina Maestrenko. Did I pronounce that correctly? Coming up with us. Kate? All right. How you feeling?
Okay, this is...
Oh, actually, don't hold that button.
Oh, yeah, let this one go.
There, now
there
we
you
can
go.
hear
There
you.
you go. All right. So just so you know, we have Katerina Maestrenko with us, but she just informed me that she normally goes by Kate. So
Makes it a lot easier.
we will
Thank
call
you.
you. We will call you Kate. Thank you. All right. So how many years have you competed at the Lenny Peters Cup?
It's my third year, actually.
All right. And
She says that she needs to press the button, but we can hear just fine. So.
Oh, okay. We're working through technical difficulties. So what we have is you have competed in what events here?
I always competed in an 8 and the 4.
Okay.
And this is my first time going in a single.
Okay, all right.
Oh, this is your first time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my. Well, you did great for your first time.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. I've been rowing in a single for a while, but this is first time on the this particular event going in a single. So
sitting at the starting line, can you just take us back to that starting line? We felt the tension here, 4,800 meters away. What was it like up there at the starting line, getting ready for that long race?
just to survive it. I feel like when you're going in a single, it's such a different mindset than you're going in an 8, and like you're pretty much your own crew, and you have to make sure you're setting yourself like mentally, no matter how it goes, you have to stick to it because nobody else is gonna pull you through.
Yeah.
I mean, like nothing that I would hope for this in an 8 or 4, but still, like you at least have a feeling that like all you guys are struggling, but here you're struggling alone, and it's much harder mentally. So why I really enjoy like racing this year in the single is that it makes me like mentally much more stronger, and I learn much more from those races than like going in an 8 or 4.
Yeah. Now, tell me, how have you been balancing your sort of career in training? Because you've got sort of like this tech career, but you're also still training.
Yeah, it's really hard, like, I won't gonna lie, like, and going against the field, like, I competed at Henley Royal Regatta, I competed, like, on a, like, a world stage, and having a, like, very demanding job in tech, working for Meta, and having startup, and also, like, training every day, like, at 5 a.m. in Seattle, like, being away from the national team, like, struggling through the war and family that lives there on the family. It's, of course, like harder mentally, but it's never like puts me in this like disadvantage because we're all here to compete. We're all here to show what we deserve, and I feel like I was still gonna be doing everything in my power to be where I wanted to be. And despite I'm lost today, but I feel like I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So
hey, you're an incredible role model. I mean, oh my gosh! I hope I would love for my daughter to meet you. I mean, you're balancing this career and this what you're trying to do in rowing. Last question for you here is: where do you see yourself in a couple of years in rowing? Are you still going to be trying to race at the potentially Olympics in LA? I mean, is that your dream or your goal?
Of course, it's my dream. It's my dream since I'm a little girl, and even though like life did throw a few curveballs along the way, I feel like it's important to remember what you wanted to be as a little girl. So, and I would never wanted to disappoint her not achieving the dreams she had when she was 5. So,
come on, man.
Be still, my heart.
Well, are there more races for you today? Do you have anything else going on today?
That's it. Gonna go home and call my parents. They woke up, they stayed late, and a lot of my friends on the East Coast, West Coast, so like a lot of my family in Ukraine and friends stayed all night to watch this race. And
that's wonderful.
It's such a big privilege to be part of like this community here, and like coming here every year, seeing familiar faces, like seeing Jean running around to making sure that everyone is happy and taken care of. It's just those people inspire me, because in rowing, like you have to sacrifice so much to be part of this sport and to be good in this sport. So like seeing the girls who raced against me, like talking to them, getting to know them, this wonderful time that I will never forget, like when I'm going to be like 60 or 70. So
yeah, it's definitely special. I think I said, like, when you are a single sculler, your teammates are your competitors in a lot of ways, because you're there by yourself, and on the water you're racing, but off the water there's a camaraderie there.
Yeah.
Hey, congratulations today.
Oh, thank
Good
you.
work.
Thank you so
I really
much.
appreciate it.
And thanks for being such a great role model to all the future rowers.
Oh, thank you. Never give up on your dreams. Keep working hard, especially if you're in 20s and 30s or wherever your age, or never give up. So
we're going to take a quick break now. Race is coming up soon, so thank you. Great job today.
Thank you.
check 1, 2. Hey, yep.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful day in High Point today for the Lenny Peters Cup races and High Point Autumn Rowing Festival. I know some of you are enjoying lunch, and I hope you're enjoying it after your first round of hard races. To begin, we're going to be presenting medals and a check to the competitors in our women's international singles race. And to do that, I'd like to please welcome Dr. Elise Peters, Dr. Lenny Peters' daughter, to the stage and her children, and we'll get going here. Dr. Peters.
Thank you, Jean. Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning. So I have to make a slight correction. My name is Elise Peters Carey, and I have many doctors in my family, some of whom are here and some of whom are not. Unfortunately, I'm not a doctor, so please don't come to me for urgent medical care, but I will refer you to my brother and my cousin who are here. So there's no problem with that. It is my privilege to be here as president of Bethany Medical and director of the Lenny Peters Foundation. And I have some other children that would like to say a few words to welcome you.
Hi, thank you for coming today. Hi, my name is Charlotte, and I'm also happy that you came today. I'd like to recognize a few people who are here today who have birthdays. First, my uncle, Dr. Anthony Peters. And second, my grandfather, who is not here but has a birthday tomorrow, Dr. Lenny Peters.
On behalf of the Lenny Peters Foundation, Bethany Medical, and my dad, Dr. Lenny Peters, who's not here today, but is truly passionate about the High Point Rowing Festival and all it brings in economic development to this area, we just want to thank all the athletes that are here and everyone for being a part of today. Part of the Lenny Peters Foundation mission is to be a helping hand here at home and around the world. And we are very proud to be a part of this event that is bringing athleticism and economic development to this area. And I also want to, as Katie did earlier, say thank you to Gene for everything that you do for this community. And let's just give him a little round of applause, please. When my dad, Dr. Lenny Peters, gets involved in anything, he goes all in. And something that we're really proud of with this event is being the largest international athletic event in this area, in the state. And we're really proud of everything that we're all doing together for the community. So again, thank you for being here. We're going to get to recognize some of the athletes. But in order to recognize some of the athletes, I myself am not a rower. But my husband is, and he knows about the grit that it takes. So I just asked him to say a few words, my husband, Matt Carey, about the athleticism of rowing.
Thank you all. Kind of just like Elise is not a doctor, it takes some liberties to say that I'm a rower. I was a rower, maybe a once and potentially future rower, several gray hairs and children ago. I was a lightweight rower at the University of Pennsylvania in 2003 to 2007. So I have a healthy appreciation for what you all do every day, rowing these head races in the fall and getting prepared for the spring, waking up early, doing two rows, many days, and lifting. So really incredible work ethic that you all have, and it will serve you well in life. And thank you especially to Jean and also all the volunteers. It's really incredible to see what this event has become. This is the fourth fall, I think, event. There's been, obviously there's a spring event also, but the fourth fall event. And every year there's more cars in the parking lot. there's more prestigious schools that are here. The level of competition is higher, and it is just an incredible thing to see from kind of taking it from scratch to an incredible event for the state, for the region, and an incredible event for rowing. So congrats, Gene, on all you do, and congrats to all of you rowers for the incredible work that you put in and the results that you showed here today and will, I'm sure, show in the spring.
And we do have an erg in our garage, so there's that. I'm trying to learn the correct form. And just a few more words before we get on to celebrate the athletes today. I just want to recognize the amazing Bethany Medical and Lenny Peters Foundation team that is here and that helps with so many of this event and today, and recognize my family members that are also here. My brother, Anthony Peters, my sister-in-law, Ashley Peters, and my cousin, Dr. Roy Peters. So thank you all for being here today. And in ending, my daughter, Adeline, would like to say one more thing, then we'll get on with the show. Right, Ad?
I would also like to say that today is also a day about Bethany Medical, the largest healthcare in High Point, and yeah.
Thank you all.
And there is actually one last family matter we have to take care of. If you would all join in. Come back. You promised me.
Happy birthday.
You're going to sing the song.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anthony. Happy birthday to you. Woo-hoo!
Okay, our first medal presentation, and if the girls will stay up here, is for our women's international singles race. We had 3 amazing competitors today. Would you first welcome up our bronze medalist, Katerina Maestrenko from Ukraine. And let's... Katerina and I first connected about 3 years ago when the war in Ukraine started, and Katerina was this rower at Washington State at the time, and she was on national news talking about the heartfelt experience of what was going on in her home country at the time that she was in college and rowing. And I saw that, and I thought, we need to get Ukraine out here for our regattas. And so Katerina had brought the Ukraine Women's 8, the Olympic team, and they won last year and the year before. Unfortunately, because of Shanghai being so close, couldn't get them this year. But Katerina, thank you for being here again, and congratulations on your race today. Our silver medalist is Tabea Shendenko from Germany. Tabea is an Olympic medalist from Paris. Paris, yes, yep. And just came back from Shanghai this past week, where she just missed out on a bronze medal in the women's 8, but it was the best Germany's women's 8 has done in something like 16 years. So fantastic. And our winner today of the gold medal and a cash prize of $10,000 is America's champion, Lauren O'Connor. You want to hold up the check? Take this. Lauren also just raced in Shanghai, representing America in the women's single last week. So, Lauren, thank you for making it out here with Tabea. Very short distant time between the two races. We are blessed in High Point to have all three of you racing and doing what you do best here on our waters. We're very grateful to you. So, congratulations, all of you. And here is your big, oversized pretend check. And the Lenny Peters Foundation and Bethany Medical have covered all of their costs for coming here to this regatta. So thank you, not Dr. Peters, but Elise Peters and your family for the support and the stipends that we're able to offer these athletes as well. So congratulations, and we hope you can come back next year. Thank you. All right. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to... Is there a photo? Oh. Do you want to get a photo? Okay. Oh. Amy's got it. There's 2 women's A's. Okay. Duke, A, B, and C. Oh. Congratulations and thank you, ladies.
Akil, she just won $10,000.
Yeah, I know. I think maybe I won $5,000 once, but and given the adjusted cost of living and everything else. But that's pretty awesome.
It's so rare in our sport to see that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming more and more popular. People are really realizing that we have to invest in athletes, and so you see it with like the Gold Cup, and you do have the head of the Charles as well. So it's really great to see these head races that have these cash prizes for athletes. I think they're actually doing one over in Shanghai after the Olympics, which is why some athletes were like, "Hey, we'll stay here, we'll race." So
we have a preview now. So we have the women's youth coming up, and they're going to win
single.
An RP3.
RP3, baby.
So here we have it.
You know me. I'm down with RP3.
Now, you, Akil, you have their first names here. Maybe you can help us pull this up. But very similar to the first race of the day, you have 10 entries. So I think it's similar as this morning.
Yeah.
And these young women here representing the region, but also all over. And it's going to be an incredible battle. Beaver Creek, Coastal Virginia, Community Rowing, Augusta, Triad, and Great Bridge. Great Bridge is a fun program. I know that program very, very well out in the Chesapeake. They have historically had a lot of fast scullers.
Yeah. So you have Jocelyn Gustafson there. And then at, what is that? That's at Triad United. We have Alicia Bleakney. And then coming in from Augusta Rowing, where I did some rowing at Augusta. We have Colette Kriegel. And
we just swapped the screen here.
Swap the screen. River City. We have Lucy Ward, and then once again we have Beaver Creek again, and that is Isabella Crimaldi, and then Beaver Creek again. We have what is that? That is we have Riley Warnick. And then Triangle, we have Olivia Kraft, and then finally, rounding it out, we have Charlotte Youth Rowing, and we have what is that? Lucy Baldwin there.
So 10 singles at the starting line, multiple flights here, and we're going to keep saying this over and over and over again. Get the lead.
Yeah. If you can hear us through the universe, get the lead.
Get the lead. But this is probably going to be, so the men's singles were around 19, 20 minutes. You're going to see about 22 minutes here.
Yeah.
Am I close to that? Accurate? About a minute and a half, 2 minute difference between the two?
We'll see. I'm thinking maybe 23. 24.
So the course has not changed much, right? Since this morning, it's getting hotter, but the water's still flat. Very little wind, and this is tough. So for referees, I can tell you, having been at the starting line a lot, a floating start is miserable to deal with. Akil, you have 5, 6, 10 boats here, and you have 1, maybe 2 people with the flag screaming their heads off. Line up. And have you ever raced at the Schuylkill? Did you ever race the Schuylkill?
Many times.
I mean, how many times have you heard those people screaming, line up and stop and jockeying for position? A lot is on the line here, so you always want to have your advantage. You always want to give yourself the best course.
That is true, and with an RP3 on the line, I don't think that anyone's going to be. Everyone's going to be maybe inching up and doing a little bit to get a little bit of that advantage that we spoke about. And so here you can see the aligner there, still trying to get people looks like that outside lane is trying to scooch up a little bit more.
Yeah, so they're shifting them into the channel. They're shifting them into
to the start.
That's right.
Yeah, they've released that. So it looks like we're going to have 2 flights of 5, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And so that's 10 athletes in each flight. And once we said the athletes that the first wave of 5 is moving to the line, and so what you're going to have is you're going to want to be in that lead of whatever flight you're in. And if you're in this first flight, you don't want to see anyone from that second flight.
Well, you remember, so earlier with the 8s, we were able to see a little bit clearer the outside, the person on the right has a less of an advantage because you got to really cut over, and that's what Duke B was doing to Oxford. They were trying to get that inside track. So if I'm the left all the way to the left, my focus is to get that lead early and hold it, and because you're forcing those athletes to drift over another 30 meters or 40 meters. That plays a big role in this race here.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and so I think that is going to be a tactic. We'll see what happens off the start. You also have to be careful to make sure that you don't impede the progress of any other. I don't know what they have for penalties here, but that is something that you can be. You can have time.
You see that at Henley. Oh, at the Charles too, but ahead of the Charles and Henley. Here they go.
And they are off. We have racers off here. And we are watching, and we can see already that it looks like that inside rower close to the start boat has sort of starting to inch over there a little bit.
It's that decision.
So
high quality rowing.
You got to get that decision early, and as you see, we'll see here if that makes any difference here. So
I love seeing high quality rowing. Like in youth rowing, a person not really familiar with the sport would think they'd see sloppy rowing, they bouncing back and forth.
So, yeah, you can see right here. Now, this will be an interesting thing, whether the question to actually move over that quick. You can see that rower in the middle there in the red boat really trying to get to the inside of that turn.
That's a 20-meter shift. She shifted 20 meters over almost immediately. But she's showing her dominance in the field right now. She's already has open water. And as the folks watching this at home, watching this here, the team in the lead, calmer, relaxed, deep breath, the anxieties are gone. But what we're seeing here, a little bit different than the men's team, this is a lot tighter race than the men's singles in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah. I think going back to that, though, the question is, did she give the rower on the inside, granted she kept moving, enough time to actually get her course? And so one of the things that I wonder, because you can see right now we have another athlete and closer to the outside, wanting to get closer to that turn.
Right.
At what point does she make the decision to overtake that other athlete there in bow
242? 242 is making a nice, big, strong push coming through bow 240. We'll get the names going here in a few minutes here, but 2 minutes in, we talked about this earlier. Your heart rate is now at rhythm. You are maxing out at the rest of the race, and now it becomes a mental game. And having been on the side of taking over a crew and being taken by a crew, I can tell you right now, I would not want to be bow number 240 right now. Having someone take a length on you that quickly can sometimes be demoralizing.
Yeah, and I think though right now what the battle is just to stay in there, because she's still even though
it's early
overtaking.
Yeah, it's early.
It's still early. Everyone is still there's still connection there. You can see it looks like that's Augusta rowing in that red boat. So that would be Colette Kriegel that's over there.
And she's in the lead, correct? We can't get a good angle on this, but I think
looking at the oar. But the strong move from the outside there.
Okay, this is really exciting. I think this is going to really unfold and shape up to be a really tight race all the way through. In the men's boats earlier, I think it was Beaver Creek.
Yep.
Lambert, I think his last name is, took the lead and held on and he said goodbye to the field. Here, we're about a length apart, and I can tell you right now, having done this a long time, this pack is going to stay a pack for a while.
Yeah. And so right now they have to settle into their rhythm and know that this is going to be a hard-fought battle. Look at that. They're still sort of 3 abreast, still anyone's game. Right now you can see the
242
young lady, 242 has started to move back a little bit. And this is going to be interesting because you can see, like, the goal had been for the boats that were closer to the start to try to get across so that they can make that turn. But now you can see as 242 pushes back, she is actually boxing them out so they won't be able to make as sharp a turn as they want.
So, Akil, in this kind of race, when you're this close to each other, blades dragging on the water will slow you down, right? Tip-in blades, and you'll see like that trickle of water touching the blade. How much of an effect does that have in boat speed, having those blades touch the water on the recovery?
Well, I think that obviously you want to get you're pushing. We talked about you're pushing the boat, so you want to get those oars clean out, and you want to have enough acceleration around the finish so they come up and off the water. Now, different conditions, there's bobbles and bounces, but you want to make sure that you are keeping the speed of the boat by not, drag. It's all drag, right? It's physics. It's like, you're slowing the boat down. You want to reduce the friction. But look at this impressive move being made
Unbelievable.
now.
She's the fastest boat in the water.
She just shot out there and decided that, that start, and this is the part of it, right? You don't know who has what speed and what their race plan is, right? Get into your rhythm, establish yourself, and then start to make your moves.
Big gap from lead group to the other one. But and again, hopefully we'll get some names here. But that inside the inside boat, she might have that advantage because of the turn. So the lady 242 in the Empacher, she might be a little bit too far outside. And all of this, folks, plays into this kind of race. You're in 19, 23 minutes. Every inch counts. And hopefully we'll get a bigger shot to see how close they are to each other and close to that turn. But it does affect it.
That's absolutely right. And so right now, here's that overhead shot you were talking about. You can see we still have the leader over on the inside. There is that little bit of headwind there. That's going to slow them down a bit. But then on the reverse side, they'll have that tailwind coming back down this way after they make that turn around the dock.
Man, so going back to what I had talked about before, when you take a lead on somebody or you're just hanging in, you ask yourself, why haven't I gotten away? Why haven't I gotten away? And the lead boat is still just not that far off, right? Still about a length and a half off. And that's really, really hard for being lead, because you're putting all this effort in, and you thought, maybe I should have a bigger lead by now.
Yeah. Well, this comes down to knowing your competitors. Like, what I don't know is how well, if these athletes have raced each other before, what they know about each other. I think the other part of it is, just to play the counterpoint, is that you don't go into any race expecting it to be easy, right? So, like, any bit you can get, like, if there's the expectation that, we're going to
do you see a change of course here? Do you see a change of course there?
Yeah, it looks
shifted over a couple meters over. Yeah.
Well, after you make that turn, you need to get back into the inside so you can make that turn around the duck, right?
All right, so here's a good example of, like, the different types of rowing right now. One's a little bit higher than the other, and the woman in the lead right now is just a little bit calmer. Having that lead really does make a difference. It's so hard for us to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that looks like the oars from Augusta Rowing. Which would mean that's Colette Kriegel.
And do you see that she just took out a big gap there? She just took about 2 or 3 lengths on bow number 242.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the angle.
Yeah. So coming back, I think it might have been the angle.
Yeah, it was the angle. Okay.
But
still within contact.
Yeah, still within contact. And what I've liked about the young lady rowing in the Empacher is it's been steady and consistent, right? She has continued. She got off the start. She was a little bit down with some boats that passed, and now each stroke she's hanging in there or getting a little bit back into that lead.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. They're going back and forth in lanes. They keep swapping lanes right now. And this is going to come down to that big turn at the duck. The duck is going to be a big one here.
Yeah, and part of that is a little bit of strategy, right? Like, if you have enough of a lead, what you can do is, like we talked about this earlier, do you decide that you're going to try to wake the other boat down, get a little bit, like give them a little bit of a water in that regard. But the great thing that you can see here is that these two young ladies are just still going at it. And so it's a smart thing to do. Like, hey, I don't want to row in the wake, so maybe you take a little bit, you move over a little bit, and then, you can see here, like you see, that headwind seems to be adding up right now. You can see the rhythm as the rating has come down a little bit.
What do you do in a
still
headwind.
good rowing.
Akil. So in a single, what's a strategy when you have those 10-mile-an-hour gusts hitting your back?
You just stay relaxed.
Okay.
That is the key, because the moment you tense up, that's when the wind is going to take you. You'll get stiff. But what you have right now, you can see, is like just nice and strong, just powering through it. And so both of these young ladies, you can see that little look over there.
Yeah,
and I
they're
really
swapping
like,
again.
she's up higher. She hasn't managed to make gain, but she's still just rowing hard and continuing to press.
And so what the spectators don't understand here is they're in a wide body of water, which means it's really quiet.
Yes.
But so that girl in the empok here, about 242, can hear the blades of the girl behind her.
Right.
And that's all she's hearing, just little tips of the blades, maybe some breathing. But they keep jockeying back and forth. It's you see, like, okay, so 242 has, in my mind, maybe a little bit more confidence. She is sitting up a little bit taller, sharper on the finish, so she's not clipping water. And that, with another 10 more minutes of this race, that's going to play dividends for her.
Yeah, I think you're right. We will see how that pans out. But right now, she is rowing in the wake of the leader from Augusta, and who is holding on, and we'll see what happens as we make that turn. I think what you just mentioned will come in handy as they make the turn around the duck, because then once you're in that tailwind, that extra push, really sending the boat along, will really have an impact on sort of the boat speed.
So is it the case that in a tailwind on a single, it's hard to pick up more speed? Is it hard to get? So in a headwind, I feel like you have it to your advantage, a little bit size and strength, whereas a tailwind, it might be a little bit harder to get that some of that distance back because of how much is going there.
Yeah. I mean, it's different for each athlete. You have like Ollie Zeidler, who is an amazing athlete, amazing racer, and comes in and does, the conditions can be a little bit tough for him. But then you have like technical rowers, like the Greek rower, who can row in to sort of, all conditions. So it just depends on sort of the situation.
Man, we said this 7 minutes ago. This is going to be a tight race. I thought it was going to be about 3 or 4 boat competition right here, but this 2 right here, this is going to be setting up the stage to be a barn burner on the last probably 200 or 300 meters. No one's giving up an inch. And the audience out here, it's so important for these young ladies to hear your screams, to hear your excitement. It's going to help propel them across that finish line. And I can assure you they need it right now. They're going to need all the energy you can give them.
Yeah, right now. And they are giving it all they have right now. And it's pretty impressive to see these 2 young ladies, this race. I would say they still have over half the race to go.
Yeah, we still haven't seen the yellow duck. And I'm going to ask you again, if anybody knows the story of the yellow duck, please bring it down here. The pink duck, too. I want to know the story about that one.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out. Maybe we'll have a special guest who can tell us about the ducks and what their significance is. But I think
Akil, if you're about 242, you're a length and a half off. What changes? What things are you going to do to try to get a little bit closer?
Well, right now, I would say stick with your game plan.
Don't change.
Don't change, right? Like, you have been making inroads. Now, the question is, we've said, like, okay, yeah, she looks good, she's flowing, she's doing well. But let's go back to the thing the point that I made earlier. It doesn't matter. Like, it does matter how you row. Mm-hmm. But if you are moving the boat, then, like, that's what you're doing. So even though I think that the leaders' finishes could be cleaner, she's in the lead.
I mean, she's still winning.
And she's still winning, right?
Yeah.
So I think that right now what has to be done, this is going to be interesting. What happens in that turn, right? Do you go straight and try to make a tight turn, or do you try to curve that turn around a little bit more? This is going to be interesting because I think that bow 242 is close enough to have taken the inside. But I think that the problem right now that I'm seeing is that in the lead, you're doing a little bit too much with your point. And you can see right now inside of the turn how to take it. And this is going to be a very compelling point in this race.
She just took it.
This is going to be such a boost. We're going to see what happens with the boat speed as we come around.
This is as
that
exciting
last
as
turn.
it gets in rowing. Okay?
This is it right here.
This is as exciting as it gets.
Let's see. So now she's taking a bigger turn.
Yeah.
Can she turn quick enough to get back on the inside?
No,
but right now it looks like 242 is going to overtake the leader of the race and keep moving forward.
And now, and like you said, this is where the wind switches, right? So now you're going to have that nice tailwind coming through. Things get a little bit lighter. Things get a little bit easier to manage.
And you can. So I'm not sure what happened, but the leader took an extremely wide turn there, and you can see she still isn't even in the picture right now. So I don't know what happened with that turn, but like that was definitely
a 5-boat swing.
cost.
It was a 5-boat swing, Akil. That like I said, that's as exciting as it gets here in rowing. It's fun watching 8s battle. It's fun watching 4s battle. But when you have 2 singles going for 1 point who are clearly well matched with each other, about to collide, that's as good as it gets. Now, probably another 8 minutes left in the race, 9 minutes left in the race, Akil.
Yeah.
She looks absolutely controlled. And put yourself in her position. She went from down a length and a half to being up potentially 2 or 3 or 4 lengths.
Yeah. I mean, psychologically, the advantage is here. I don't know. There wasn't enough speed from the leader to think that like she was able to hold off.
Yeah.
But she wasn't really making any gains. And so that sort of speed to sort of gain back the distance from that turn, I think that was a costly decision.
Now, I don't know how many years she's been doing this, but this young lady looks like she's been rowing a single a long time. Going back to what we've talked about before, relaxed hands, relaxed shoulders, blade work, blades are off the water, and she looks like a metronome. You know, even though she's looking around, she's turning her head, her body is keeping that rhythm, and it's what's established her to be the clear leader here, and hopefully the winner of the RP3 in about 6 or 7 minutes.
Now, allegedly, I say alleged, this is Shay Triple from Coastal Virginia Community Rowing. Allegedly.
Oh, allegedly.
I'm going to talk to...
Well, this is a great overhead shot. That's a 3 or 4 boat length lead, and all that happened inside that one turn. It's just going to so hard to overcome that, right? It's so hard to overcome that. And I'm sure she's going to be thinking about that for a while now.
Right, and you know that's hard. That's hard because like. We haven't even talked about this in a minute, but there's an RP3 on the line.
It's a real.
So I
tool.
wouldn't be surprised if Colette finds something to tighten this up because she wants that RP3.
It's an expensive machine.
Yeah.
It really does make a difference in training, and to be so lucky to have that is a big deal. Now 16 and a half minutes. A grueling race. Good for them to have that tailwind on the second half of that race. You and I have been there before. A headwind with 2,000 meters to go is just awful. And I'm glad to see that they have something at their backs right now, pushing them along nicely.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, like you can see Colette's still putting it in there, putting strong.
Rowers don't give up, Akil.
It's interesting because I'm looking at her technique, right? And like, I think she could clean it up around the finish, but for the most part, she has been consistent.
Yes.
She's been long. She's getting the oars in the water. She's accelerating them through, and that's her style. Whereas here we have a little bit more punchy. Right? A little bit more, you get those legs down, but very clean finishes.
Yes.
Like you can look at the amount of water coming off of the oars as the release comes through. And it's just really great to see that level of sculling
at under 17,
at this level. Yes, at this level, at this junior level.
You have to applaud the coaching staff. USA has not been focusing on sculling for quite a while, right? So back when you and I were going, it was all the sweep boats. You were one of only a handful of guys racing in the single, let alone the quads. And now we've really turned the corner at the junior level that we're focusing a lot of attention on sculling. And this is incredible. And you put this girl up against anybody in the country.
Yeah, her coach, Melissa Kutch, has got to be extremely proud of the effort that she's putting in. Right now, it looks like she's winding it up, I know. Like she's got that feeling right now. That's like when you're in the single and you get the swing. Like we talk about swing in 8s a lot, like when you get it.
Yeah.
But you can also get it in the single where everything is just tight. It's solid, and you just feel with each stroke the boat is just moving and surging forward.
It's an unbelievable gap. I mean, it keeps growing.
And now you can see where she really opened it up. And two to your point earlier about getting the oars out clean, this may be where that extra, that drag that you were talking about, over inch, over stroke, is important.
Yeah. Now, 18 and a half minutes. We're going to be able to see her relatively soon. The crowd needs to really cheer this young lady on. This is so, look at that. Perfect.
That is clean. A great shot of Shay Chappelle from Coastal Virginia Community Rowing here at the Lenny Peters Cup. She is racing for an RP3. And, you know, once again, I just have to go back to the tremendous amount of philanthropy and work that Dr. Lenny Peters has done, you know, through his foundation, what Bethany Medical has done to sort of host us here at High Point. And it's really a testament to this community's support and dedication to this sport and its growth.
Everyone here has heard me say this a lot. I've been to a lot of regattas, and you don't find something like this all that often. Gene and the folks here are putting a class act together, and now we're seeing some even better rowing coming around the corner here. She's doing everything she has to do, right?
Yeah.
And what's awesome about a coach, she's going to come off the water, the coach is going to say, well, I got nothing to tell you.
Yeah.
Right? You did exactly what you were supposed to do, and what a feeling for this young lady here. And she's got, I'm sure she's going to be doing more races this fall.
Oh, 100%.
What a way to start.
I am excited to see sort of the trajectory that she's on. You know, hopefully I'll be at Youth Nationals in the spring, and you know, I can say, you know what, I saw this months and months ago. I saw what was coming, and it was in High Point, North Carolina.
All right, so look, I don't want to jinx it. She still has a 3 or 4 boat length lead, but we got to crawl back here. I mean, it's not as big as a 5 or 6 boat length lead, and like I'm just so proud to be a rower here. You don't give up. The crowd is still not loud enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Let's cheer Shay on as she comes through the RP3. Right here, she passes the duck who's on his side now. May have partied a little bit too hard last night.
This is a memory that she's going to hold on to for many years,
and
everybody.
not
Seriously.
to slouch. Colette Kriegel put in an amazing effort, had some trouble with that turn, but is still holding on strong. Like this, but Shay is just wow.
I mean, come on.
Excellent display of rowing.
Wow. Hey, 21 minutes. There we go. 21 minutes. Incredible. And then not to just focus on first place, but second place here. What a battle. I mean, they gave us a great story for a good 15 minutes.
That's some great racing. And we still have some racing. I mean, like, there's still roses on the course. Let's not get this twisted now.
No, yeah.
There are still athletes that are out there competing and rowing hard. And, you know, I think that's what we spoke about earlier, the fact that, you know, rowers don't give up.
No.
It doesn't matter where you are on the course, what's going on. Like, you're still giving it your all through the line. You see it, and you'll probably see it in some of the finishes. The athletes that are maybe, you know, 8th or 9th, they'll come through and they'll be just as exhausted.
Oh, I know, and they'll be proud, and like they're going to be able to take this experience to the next race, the next. And you and I are commentating this race.
Yeah,
they're junior athletes, Akil. Yeah. They have 10, 20 more years left in their journey here. So we're getting the privilege of seeing these young athletes figure out themselves.
Look at this here. Like, this is some amazing, just that finish there, quite amazing. We had a shot of Lucy Ward from River City Crew a little bit earlier, still rowing on the course, still coming through around that corner. I mean, this has just been, there she is again.
There's our champion.
River City Crew, Lucy Ward's coming through.
That's it. There's our champion.
Yeah.
Coming down to the last 5 or 6 athletes in the women's junior RP3 event.
Yeah,
it's a
nice little cluster up there.
I know. I was about to say that the back half of the crews here are still tight, and that's a long race.
And you know, the thing about it is we've been talking about we've only seen that front pack. Now, I don't know if there was any seating. So it could very well be.
I know.
It could be. So, like, let's not jump to conclusions here, right? We don't know yet because this is a second flight. And, you know, as these athletes come into sight, we may see some sculling that's like, oh.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay.
You never know.
We didn't know.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here. This is again, we're going to say it a lot here. They're just not giving up. They're staying focused. They're staying tight in the competition, and they're learning. This is a learning experience. I mean, how many times I know you and I have lost more than we won, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, maybe you. Sorry, did I say that out loud?
Yeah,
That's the internal monologue. Internal monologue.
This has got to be coming down to the last final, the last two coming down here.
Yeah, here we go. And as they pass, this duck is throwing me off. Like, first he was on his side. Now he's like.
It's a sad duck.
You know, I mean, Gene, you're letting these ducks party too much at night. Like, we've got to give them a curfew.
You know what's really great? And to the naked eye, you see it's good rowing all around, Akil.
All right. And I am here, and we're going to do a little bit of race wrap-up. We had a great race, but I have the privilege of being here with High Point's own mayor. And so
Akil, pleasure
Akil
to meet
Abdullah, pleasure to meet you.
Yes, sir. Cyril Jefferson.
Cyril Jefferson, nice to meet you. Now, I had the chance to have dinner with Gene, and he was just telling me about the amount of support that he's getting from the city. So my question to you is sort of what impact do you see this regatta playing in sort of High Point's, sort of trajectory?
Akil, High Pointers are uber excited about events just like this one.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gene, to Amy, to Jackie, to Alexis, to Dr. Peters, to every single person who makes this possible. Folks from all over the world coming into High Point. This is what you asked for as a mayor.
Yeah.
And granted, to be clear, I've had nothing to do with the success of this, but you better believe campaign time, Gene. I'm shouting this from the mountaintops that we made this happen in High Point. So huge. We're so appreciative and excited for everyone's success.
Yeah, and it's interesting because one of the things that we've been talking about here is the growth of High Point University's women's rowing team.
Yep.
And I know for me, finding rowing was something that was truly incredible.
Yep.
And one of the things that I really liked is that there are North Carolinians.
Yep.
That are amount of it. So, are there things that you're thinking about that to sort of let's get some people from High Point at High Point University to sort of grow the sport here?
Yeah, so we recently had a huge meeting where we approved the High Point University boathouse that's going in just across the lake.
Yeah.
That's going to grow their program in a major way.
Yeah.
The surrounding neighbors came out. They talked about, hey, how do we ensure that this can be here and work well for that park in a way that grows their program but still supports the amenities and needs of our residents. Mm-hmm. And it ended up being, I think, a really sweet deal. If you know anything about High Point University and Dr. Cubain, you know that they do nothing short of extraordinary.
Right.
And so we're excited about how that program's going to grow and what that's going to mean for our local community and the exposure it gives to our residents, to our young people, and folks who will be future rowers.
Yeah, I think that's such a tremendous thing. I work with a program called the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund. And briefly, it's about Arshay Cooper and a group of black kids from Chicago that found the sport of rowing, and it brought them together. And I know that just in terms of opportunity and keeping, I love this sport, keeping it relevant, we really have to grow the sport. So it's really great to see that you guys are thinking about how do we get High Point residents involved in the sport, how do we get High Point athletes joining the team, and how do we make this an event that is not only nationally recognized, but recognized throughout the world?
Agreed. Akil, first of all, we got to get the Most Beautiful Thing Inclusion Fund here to High Point, North Carolina. So that's the first action item I'm giving you. But then to your point,
well played.
Akil, I used to be an educator myself.
Right.
And what I know is young people can't be what they cannot see.
Right.
And so
Preach.
as we expose
Again.
them to the opportunities, as people like Gene and the programs that they're doing, they create these pathways. And as a city, we're going to do our best to undergird, to be a partner, to facilitate, because we want this to be fertile ground for young folks to grow up in, for every single high pointer to be proud that they are from this city, and for people to continue to say, man, I did not know High Point was doing that.
Yeah.
And so shout out to the Inclusion Fund that you talked about and all the work that we're going to do together in the future.
All right, man. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're going to have Lauren O'Connor step up.
So I get the privilege of interviewing the winner. Can I get a round of applause, everybody? Lauren O'Connor. Yeah, $10,000. Unbelievable. So, Lauren, I've been interviewing rowers and coaches now going on 5 years, and I ask the same question every time. How old were you, and where were you when you took that first rowing stroke?
I was 18. It was my freshman year at the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Go Badgers.
And it was their walk-on program. So
what brought you to rowing? Like, what was it about rowing that made you want to jump in that boat, especially in Wisconsin? I mean, there's some cold winters there. What was it that you fell in love with?
I had always been someone who loved sports when I was growing up, but I had never found one that was my niche, that I was like, this is what I'm really good at. And I didn't really have access to clubs when I was a kid, so I didn't really know anything about it. So when I got to Wisconsin, I had a friend of mine from high school who's a couple years older than me that told me, oh, there's like a walk-on program. If you want to do a sport in college, you could go and try it, and it might work out. Like, you might have a really great time with it. So I showed up, and I fell in love with it.
So in 9 years, you went from racing as a freshman at Madison, Wisconsin, to representing the United States of America. You're wearing that shirt right there. Talk to me a little bit about that journey. You know, how going from collegiate racing to this level, especially in the single. How did you get to that point? Like, how did you get to the point of racing a single for the United States of America?
It was a long and kind of convoluted process, but I started, when I was rowing in college. It was very much, you get to a walk-on program. It's like, just hit it hard, do as much as you can in that amount and figure it out. By the time I got to my senior year, it was 2020, and our season got canceled. So I felt like there was something that I had missed out on. Like, I thought that there was a lot further that I could go. So I started to look into elite programs, and I found my program that I row for when I'm not training with the national team, which is called Orion. It's based in upstate New York.
You're upstate New York, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And I met my coach that I've been working with for the past 4 years.
And who's your coach?
His name is Eric Catalano. We call him
I know
Cat.
Eric. I know, yep.
Yeah, he's great. And I showed up there not really knowing how to scull. I had been in a single. I had gone to a U23 selection camp in the quad, but it was never a focus. Oh. And he, jumped in. He was like, for some reason, I still don't know why, he was like, you have potential. I rode like a donkey, but he was like, you got this, you can do it. And so he is truly one of the biggest parts of why I've been able to do what I'm able to do. And he completely changed the way that I row, the way that I look at rowing. And from there, it was just kind of, he always leaves it open-ended for you. He's like, well, I can say a lot of things, but at the end of the day, it's what you want to do and like what you believe that you can do. So It was just like it's been such an awesome environment. And rowing for me has always been about what can I do? So I previously was in the quad. That's what I raced at the Paris Olympics. But this year I had a lot of interest in rowing the single, and I went to a couple different selection camps this year, but then ended up not being in any of the team boats, and was kind of like, that's actually, probably the best thing that could have happened to me, because I wanted to row the single.
Well, you just got off a plane from Shanghai. You represented 10th place, right, in the single?
Yeah.
Coming off of this incredible victory, $10,000, unbelievable. Where do you see yourself going next? I mean, what is the goal for Lauren O'Connor now in rowing? Like, are you going to try to represent the United States at LA in a couple of years?
I would love to. Yeah. If I can keep rowing the single, that's what I'm going to keep doing. I think I have a lot more speed to gain. And this year's, my coach keeps saying, he's like, this is just the beginning. This is stepping stone one. And I'm so excited to keep moving forward.
So last thing here, what do you want all the young athletes that are maybe a year in or 2 years in, what do you want to tell them right now about their future journey in rowing?
You never know where it's going to go. You have so much potential, and you can do so many things as long as you maintain your love for the sport and know why you're doing it. I think a huge thing for me that I had to learn was prioritizing my mental health and my physical health to make myself the best rower that I can be. It's so easy to be in a team atmosphere and just think, do it all for the team, which is an awesome thing to have, but you also need to prioritize yourself. This is for you. At the end of the day, it's about what you get out of it. So have fun with it. Find what you love about it, and just that will carry you further than pretty much anything else will.
I mean, tell me, you can say this, like, rowing has changed your life forever, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I never would have. I'm standing in North Carolina in a place that I never would have thought I'd be because I got to meet Gene and he wanted me to come here and race. So that's awesome.
Well, I can tell you, everyone here is very proud of you for what you do and like representing our country. And congratulations today. Great job.
Thank you so much.
So we were just saying, Akil, it's so hot. It is so hot down here.
It is definitely getting hot in her, as they say colloquially.
You know, both the racing is starting to heat up. We have a lot more to go. So we have the women's shorter course, right? We have a shorter course now, and I think it's Duke and Edinburgh coming up. Mm-hmm. So you saw them race High Point earlier, right? Yep. Edinburgh raced them earlier. What's your prediction here early on? Your second half of the race, second half of the day, you saw both crews competing. They're tired. You said that the coaching staff switched some lineups around. Mm-hmm. Early predictions.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of close to tell. You know? Those Duke crews looks very strong, but so did that University of Edinburgh.
I mean, they brought it down to the low 20s.
Dominated
the last 1,000 meters.
So it'll be interesting to see, especially with Izzy Clement going in and the stroke seat, Irish, rower. U23.
Yeah,
she's going to
the skill.
She has skill. So
we have a preview of the race coming up here. Yeah. So on the screen it says Duke men's, but we'll fill in the blank here. It's Duke women's A, B, and C, and now you know this. So the A
maybe
squad,
D and E as well. There were actually quite a few boats from Duke that they brought.
So but the lineups are different. So what is that? For the athletes, like how big of a difference is swapping out 2 or 3 people? I think it's a big difference. I think that's a huge difference, especially if you change your stroke seat or even your stern fore. What was working so well this morning might not work well again this afternoon.
100%. And let's see. So Duke will be the same in terms of their lineups.
Okay.
But it is Edinburgh.
Edinburgh's make the change.
Taking a look here. We're up at the start of the race.
So 4 boats right across. My guess is Edinburgh is going to be somewhere in the middle, right?
Yeah. We'll see how that goes. But and something that we've seen consistently is that race to the corner, right?
It has been. Yes.
Get there to sort of establish that line to the turn. So we'll see how strongly these crews get out and really establish that lead, so that they can get that spot for that turn.
Yeah, both crews undefeated, today, right? So they're 1-0. They want to finish 2-0. But it's also different conditions. You can feel the wind picking up, a little bit more clouds in the sky. It's hotter too. Yeah. That plays into this. But also, what's in the back of their minds, Akil? The sprint race an hour later.
Yeah.
Right? They have all of this to think about.
Yeah. I don't think hopefully they're not thinking about that.
The sprint race at all? You don't think so?
That sprint race, yeah.
I would be. I'm like, how do I conserve myself?
Yeah, it's funny, but think about it though. Like when you back in the day, did you row at clubs? Did you do some club row?
Yeah.
Like you go to a regatta and you race 5 or 10 races, man.
Yeah.
Like you're not thinking about, I got this thing next, I need to save myself. Maybe if there's something you're really excited about, then. But
so we're just a few seconds away from the start. Blades are starting to get anchored in. They're jockeying for position, and you notice this time now, blades are starting to move around. The wind is knocking those bows all over the place.
Yeah,
and as a coxswain, you're starting to panic a little bit because you need that line.
But also what you have is the starters, right? The aligners. They're going to be maybe a little bit more lax, and this is the things the coxswain have to think about. All right, we're getting blown around. They're going to want to start this race. Mm-hmm. Maybe I do a little bit of scooch.
We've seen it now. Every boat has been doing it.
So, I think that there's opportunities there. Oh, and they're off. Here we go again on this Lenny Peters Cup race. We have Duke versus Edinburgh.
And the same, so Duke, a high class level crew.
Yeah.
Edinburgh on the inside, so they have the advantage of that turn that we were talking about. And Edinburgh already out what looks to be about a half a length lead.
Yeah.
So about 25 feet, 30 feet ahead of the next closest Duke crew.
Yeah.
And Duke, going seat for seat here, real tight.
And I got to say, this is the interesting part is that both of these crews have raced already today. Mm-hmm. And, as I said, I was out there watching the starts of that Edinburgh crew yesterday. And I got to tell you, they looked good. But, when we're looking at a start of race, we always talk about how it's only the beginning.
Yeah, sir, you're right.
So we'll have to see what role fitness plays.
Right. 1 minute of a 17-minute race
is not the race.
It's not the race. But, Edinburgh, there's a calmness to that crew, and you saw that at the last half of their race, 2.5 hours ago. I get this sense they've been rowing together for a while. We were talking with the coach last night and again this morning. They're a crew have been together for a while. That is a clear advantage in our sport, that if you have built the trust of your athletes together, if you have taken those strokes where it's almost effortless in communication, that's a big advantage. Now, minute and a half in, so roughly 400 meters in, and you have Duke A and Edinburgh about a length apart jockeying for that position. I think Duke is a more patient crew. Duke winds it up. They got stronger that second half of that first race.
Yeah.
And if they can maintain contact, I think we're going to see that here.
Yeah. And, you've got an experienced coxswain there. You've got Mia Kamish, heading the charge, making the call, saying, settle in. We're still in striking distance. I'm sure the bow seat can still hear.
Yes.
That the coxswain there can hear James making whatever calls he's making. And so, they're staying relaxed and long. But once again, this Edinburgh crew is just looking very powerful.
And I tell the audience here, I'm going to say it again, look at the blade work. Are the blades going in and out together? You'll see a little check mark if the blade is backing into the water. That's the sign of a very strong crew. Don't necessarily always look at the slides. Now, Duke still in contact, and that bow woman there hears everything, and that's so much motivation.
And this is a great time here. So we'll see what the coxswain does. Does the coxswain call for a move to try to halt any sort of acceleration that Edinburgh has? And so, the other thing that we can't forget about this is that we saw a pretty close race between Duke A and Duke B as well.
Oh, we did, yeah.
So we need to recognize that they're being pushed by that B boat. And so there's going to be a lot of fight here.
What's cool, though, Duke A and B, they could potentially support one another in getting past Edinburgh, right? Duke A is in a really tough spot here in between two crews. So the harder the B boat pushes Duke A, I think the better they're going to be against Edinburgh. And I got to say, wonderful to see is that Duke is not letting them go away. That's another thing in rowing.
Yeah.
Okay, they may be ahead, but as long as they're not moving ahead, right? As long as they're not gaining an inch, you really kind of have them where you want them.
That's absolutely true. So here we have another great shot. You have that Edinburgh boat looking good and moving quite well. They've got Isabel Clement in 8C. They've got Madeline Fatani in 7. Grace Chapman in 6. Isla McCullum in 5. Laura Thompson in 4. Penny Irvine in 3. Lucy McLean in 2. And Charlotte Glasby in 5.
So look at what the Duke coxswain is doing, okay?
Yeah.
The Duke coxswain is moving herself on the other side of the Edinburgh team, trying to get that jockeying position and staying away from the puddles. So she's putting her bow right through the puddles of Edinburgh, giving her crew a slight advantage in stronger water. Now, this is a big move here, Akil. She went from, port side over to starboard side in the course of about 25, 30 strokes.
Right. And the question is, it's like we've been talking about the inside of this turn, but they do have to, at least turn back a little bit out to make that turn around the dock. So how much of an advantage do you actually gain? I think they gained some momentum. It looked like they were moving, but now it looks as though that Edinburgh boat is responding and pushing away again. There's a lot of hard work, a lot of effort being put in by that Duke boat that has Mia Kamish as coxswain, Cicely Shaber as 8C, stroking that boat, Erin Temple in 7, Lena Mills in 6, Jamie Taylor in 5, Isabel Moreno in 4, in 3 is Frances Moreland, in 2 is Addison Rolls, and in bow, Sophia Greco.
So you really have to trust your coxswain, Akil. When a coxswain shifts that much space, you probably the bow seat can see it most clear. You're like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are you moving us in position? I hope that their coxswain is explaining what the move is. Why am I shifting you over? That is such an important thing. You're always thinking, you're always worrying about your position. So she's gaining a little bit of an inch. You still have slight bow on stern here.
Yeah.
And there's hopefully a momentum swing here in Duke coming in the next 4 or 5 minutes, because in 4 or 5 minutes they're going to be approaching that duck.
Yeah, exactly. And so right here you have that, that coxswain. She has lots of experience. She is a senior. She is guiding that boat. And, one of the interesting questions, from my perspective, which I don't know, is how much she's worked with Cicely Shaver before. Are they a pair that communicates that stroke
let's talk about that.
Because sometimes when you have that relationship, you trust your cox, and Cicely's giving her impact, like, come on, we got this, She's letting you know we are right there. We're on their stern. Let's move. And you can see the bow seat there of that Duke boat turn around. Sophia Greco, just to get a little look as to what's going on.
Yeah, again, going back, relaxed shoulders. Duke is a little bit higher, I think, than Edinburgh. I think they feel that sensation. And if I'm Edinburgh at stroke seat, might start to panic here because Duke is not going away. In fact, look, we've all been there.
Yeah.
The feeling and the sensation of that oar that close to that boat is nerve-wracking, especially on Edinburgh crew.
Well, what's going to be interesting is it looks like this Duke crew is moving right now, but we're going to get to that turn, and right now they're on the outside, right?
Oh, boy, yeah.
So that is sort of the intrigue and the gamesmanship that you have going on between these coxswains. I think it was a smart move by Mia to get out there, but James wasn't phased. He said, okay, you can get your nose out here. He's probably telling his crew, stay relaxed. We've got this. We've got this turn coming up.
So look at the bow seat in Edinburgh. She's starting to get out of rhythm of that crew. Okay, this is really, really important. She's starting to feel the rush right now. And as a spectator, you got to start to pick these things apart a little bit. Yeah. Duke is starting to solidify as a crew. I think they get that feeling like, we got this, we can do this. Because I think Edinburgh has thrown everything they had at it, and they're still just sitting on that stern.
Well, fitness and physiology play a large role. The one thing we didn't see from Edinburgh yet, I think, is having to be under pressure, right?
Good point.
So now we'll see what happens when they are under pressure. And, they know their race plan.
Yeah.
They've shown that they are a capable crew. So I think that as they come in around this turn and they make that turn around the back half of the race, we'll see if they have that strength. If they can handle that pressure that's being put on them by Duke.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Now, as a coxswain, as a rower, what do you want to hear the coxswain say to you right now?
Right now, as a coxswain, as a rower, I can remember when times when I was stroked, when times when I was in bow. What I wanted was information and motivation. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So, this is it. Tell me what you're going to do. Tell me where we are in the race. Tell me what you need from me. So both of these coxswains, extremely experienced.
Seasoned.
So we'll see if that's the type of information they are giving their crews.
Duke has done a great job getting the inside turn coming up. You got that log sticking out. This is where they start to make that big turn towards the duck.
Okay.
Edinburgh, if he's smart, he's going to pinch her in.
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting. Yeah. So this is interesting. So I'm not sure that I actually understood the second half of this race, this shorter distance here. So they actually didn't go up to the Yellow Duck. They're coming in and going across by Pinky, which is the name that I've given to the
and here they come around.
And here they come around that corner, and this is where it's going to get exciting. This is where it's going to get interesting. It looks as though Duke is making a move and pulling up. Can Edinburgh hang on?
Wow.
Do they have the gusto? Can they bring the rhythm up? They haven't been challenged yet today. This is when they will be challenged right here.
This is North Carolina pride right here. Look at these guys. Oh, man. So as the crews are coming around, the audience here, you guys got to start screaming. You got to lose your minds here. This is what we've been looking for all day, this tight of a race in the 8s race.
That's right. Mia is calling for something special from Cicely here. She is saying we are getting the lead. We can move. But, James is experienced. He has had his crew bring it up. And right now they are really tight.
Wow.
This is racing right here.
You got to watch the oars.
This is the Lenny Peters Cup. This is High Point, North Carolina.
Wow. The oars, they're getting real close. But Duke showing the dominance, the strength in that crew, the bond that they have together, walking every single stroke, taking that extra inch.
I don't know. This is looking close. It looks as though right now Edinburgh is starting to respond. Have they left it for too late? Can they continue to move?
Coming down to
what
40
is going to
meters
happen?
a keel.
Duke is here. They are pushing. This is going to be a tight one right now.
Wow.
You can see Duke pushing stroke for stroke with Edinburgh. Edinburgh is doing their best to come back. Who's going to make it across the line first?
There it is. There we go.
That is
it. That is it. Duke University, 2-0 on the day. What a great way to start their season, Akil. coming into the big races, coming up, this is a big move for them.
That is right. And here you have that Duke B and C boat pushing across the line as well. And, I got to imagine that push from that tight race at the front really caused both of those crews to do something a little special right there. And you could see that challenge of positioning. And in my opinion, that came down a little bit to some of the ploys that the coxswains were playing to try to get into a better spot and a better line.
I would think that, Duke having the advantage here. I think Duke had that advantage that coxswain definitely knew the waterways a little bit better. And you and I, actually, we thought we were waiting for that turn on the duck. So we didn't know too much, actually. But Duke showing just the strength of a program.
Yeah.
And I was going back to it about 8 minutes in, the bow seat of Edinburgh started to get out of rhythm. I think she found herself muscling through the finish. And you'll notice that a lot where instead of relying on your fitness and hitting at the front end, you think, well, if I pull a little bit harder at the back end, I'm going to get this thing moving. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And Duke took that, quarter-length lead?
Yeah, exactly. And what I really like, though, from the Edinburgh crew is that they didn't give up, right?
Yeah.
They pushed that all the way to the line, and they made Duke earn that win.
Yeah, it was really incredible. And you got to be proud of that. I mean, I'm sure they are, but now they want redemption, right? Now they want that 350-meter dash.
350 meters. It's time to dance. It's time to dance.
And if you've never seen anything, I've never seen anything like it. 350 meters. How many crews are going to be entered in that one? Down 8 or 9 crews across. It's going to be something spectacular to watch.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on. And there you go. Back to our beautiful sun-filled faces. There's lots of sun out here today.
There's a lot of sun. Yeah, it's beating down on us. But this is
get in North Carolina.
You feel that wind starting to pick up a keel. This is going to be good for the crews coming up. Now, we've had a lot of races also been happening. So we were away for lunch, but a lot of races have been coming down. And I had a chance to see some of these junior rowers compete, and we have quads out here. I am so impressed with the region's quality of rowing.
Yeah. We see a lot from the Northeast. Definitely, we've got some down in the Southeast. It's really nice to see sort of that area between, D.C. and
those regions have been so powerful in racing. But we have something to cut to. I think we have a dog competition.
We do. We do.
Let's check that out.
We've seen the best rowers. Now let's see the best dogs. So if you've got a handsome pooch, let him fly.
Hello, we are live from the VIP lounge, and we have something quite special for you today. So today we have the annual dog show, and we have 3 categories. We will have the large dogs, the small dogs, and our new category is the cats. So please get ready to welcome our first guest. Would you mind stepping up, and let's hear a big round of applause for our first dog. Would you mind telling us what your dog's name is and what type of breed is he?
This is Penny, and she's a golden doodle.
Oh, Penny. How sweet. Oh, my goodness. Hi, sweetie. She's like a little camera shy. Let's give one more big round of applause for Penny. Oh. And who is our next contester? Oh, my goodness. We're a little shy today. Oh, and what's your dog's name?
This is Nellie Bean, and she is also a golden doodle.
Oh, we got a lot of golden doodles here today. What's her favorite treat, would you say?
Liver treats, I think, are perhaps her favorite.
Oh, my goodness. Hi, sweetie. Do you have anything to say?
Good job, Nellie Bean.
And you heard it here. All right, who do we have? Oh, this is actually very special for me. This is my dog. This is Mila Moo. Hi, sweetie. And this is Miss Julia. So Mila is a mini golden doodle. She is 5 years old. Her favorite treat is, unfortunately, my horse's treat. So
her favorite treat is you.
My favorite. That's me. Oh, hello, Mila. So let's give a big round of applause for Mila. Yeah, and Julia. Good girl. Oh, sweetie. Hello. And who is this?
This is Rocky, and he's a golden doodle. He's 8 months old.
Oh my gosh, how precious is he? Hi. What's his favorite treat, would you say?
Anything. Grass, rocks, dirt.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, everything.
Oh, well, let's hear a big round of applause. Thank you. Oh, and here is the special guest for today. My personal favorite. Look. Oh my gosh.
This is hilarious.
Oh, this is VIP right here.
This is Asia, and she came all the way from Pittsburgh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, how old is she?
She is 7.
7 years or months?
She is 7 years old.
Oh my gosh.
She's my daughter's cat, and my daughter's racing today. So, little mascot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I have to say, this is the quietest cat I think I've ever met. I feel like my cat would be all the way in the hills right now. So you have a very, very cute little kitty. Hello. Thank you so much for participating. I appreciate it. Oh, how special is that? Oh my gosh. Oh, the angel wings. Oh my goodness. Hi, sweetie. Oh my goodness. How precious is that? Our next contestant has a little pair of angel wings. Oh my goodness. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your dog?
Yes, this dog is registered as Prince Charles Apollo, son and heir of Shadow Lane, but his friends call him Chuck.
Oh, Chuck. Hi, buddy. Hi. Can you say something for us?
Not really.
Hi, Chuck. Oh my gosh, let's hear a big round of applause for Chuck. Oh my god, I love his angel wings. Oh, hello. Hi.
She's very hot.
Oh, we got a hot puppy right now. Oh, she is precious. Hi, baby. Hi, sweetheart.
Yeah, sorry. She's
What's her name?
Her name's Piper.
Hi. Oh, it's my cat's name. Hi, Piper. Let's hear a big, big round of applause for Miss Piper. Yes, Piper. Hi. She's like, oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. And this cutie is repping one of the rowing teams as well. So we'll get a little bit more information on that. He's like, I don't know. Oh my gosh. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your dog?
This is Waylon, and he's here supporting Williamsburg Boat Club.
Oh, very nice. Let's hear a round of applause for both. Yeah. All right, who's stepping up? Oh my goodness. Oh, we got a little pug, I believe. I'm terrible with dogs. Hi. Hello. Would you mind telling us your dog's name and breed?
This is Bobby, and she's a pug.
Oh my goodness. She is too cute. How old is she?
1.
1. Oh. All right, let's hear a big round of applause. All right. Now, we need y'all's help here. So, when I go next to the dog, I want you to give a big round of applause. And for your favorite one, I want you to make the most noise, okay? All right? Is everybody good? All right. First dog. Okay. All right. I'm watching y'all on this one. Ready? Mila. A little more. Oh, there you go. Our next contestant. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Looks like we got a tie right now. My goodness. we have a winner. All dogs and cats win. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you, y'all, so much for coming, and we hope to see you guys next year. Oh, and sorry, we do have winners. All right, so everybody's a winner. However, can we give one here to here? Him? Yeah. So you are going to be our first place.
I got to buy one of those.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. I was going to say, we've got some dogs down here that I think could take the competition as well. Some cute little pooches along the shore who decided that they were not going to participate. I don't know why they're on strike, but they're definitely cute.
Well, you and I were joking earlier. I got to buy 3 of those plushes for my kids. I can't go home empty-handed.
I know. I was thinking the same thing, but then I was also thinking they have so many stuff.
I know, but
already.
Why not one more, Akil?
Why not?
One more.
It's one more for me to put away. Like those things.
So we have a 3.4-kilometer race coming up. This is the second half. So now we have Oxford and High Point. And, so High Point had a pretty good race, right, against Edinburgh.
Yeah.
Really strong in that first half. Oxford, I think we got a battle on our hands here. I think this is going to be a lot tighter than the previous races. Well, tough to beat the Duke one just now.
That was tight.
But I think Oxford here and High Point A are real close. And I was just talking to Katie over at High Point, and she said that they focus on team, like team bonding. Yeah. And I, as they were launching, I could see in their faces they're ready for a battle here, Akil.
Yeah, and I think that, we have that. We're going to have some good racing here. We have sort of just like that boat has raced already once, and so we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so we got another 4 or 5 minutes until the actual race starts. But if you remember going back, so Oxford had that real good start, but you saw them have that little sloppiness as the race was going on, right?
Yeah.
And High Point had a very similar approach, just because they're young crews. So I think we're seeing 2 young crews that just don't have a ton of experience racing here. And given the fact that we're now 1,400 meters shorter, I'm expecting a really tight race. Now, if you already know the times they did, you already know what to expect. As a coach, what are you telling your crews before the start of this race?
Well, I think that one is, first of all, you make sure that everybody knows what they're supposed to do to execute on the plan. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going out hard. We're settling in at about 200 meters, and then we're going to just take some moves when we need to, or so if everybody's on board with the plan, then you have to tell your crews that, hey, look, you guys have been working together, trust each other, trust the team, and trust your coxswain to tell you what you need to know. So I think for me, a lot of the pre-race talks are about trust and believing.
Yeah, you have to have that when you're tired. Yeah. It's been a long day here at High Point. The heat 100%. Has been bearing down. Just look. For those you haven't rowed, like getting on and off the water, going through the pre-warm-up, this is exhausting. It's an exhausting experience, and now you're throwing another 3,400 meters. Mm-hmm. That's hard for anybody. And again, going back to these young crew, it's challenging. And you also don't want to end the day 0-2, right? That also is in this thing. And we've seen it now. There's no that turn. You don't have that turn, but we know they have that last inside turn. So I hope that the coxswains here, they understand the course. They know how important that is to get that one inside turn.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see now is like the race-wise, they're going to be coming out like farther down. You can't see it from this shot here, but it's out across that chute. So they'll be coming actually across here.
Yeah.
It looks like, and they'll be coming straight down towards the pink buoy over here.
And you have that tailwind the whole way.
And you have that tailwind this time.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit of a different race in terms of the conditions. But we'll see how these crews perform given those changes.
Yeah, and you got I believe Oxford's is in the middle of High Point A and B. Right. That's tough for any crew, right? You could see a pinch here. You could see 2 crews coming in jockeying for that position. But I'm excited to see because I do think that they are a lot closer in speed than the last time High Point race. Last time High Point, unfortunately, just was out of the race in the first 2 or 3 minutes. I think this is a lot different.
Yeah, and we'll see what sort of speed these two High Point boats can generate here on their home course. Oxford definitely looking for a win here in terms of
before we get started, this is Duke. Come on. Can we give it up for Duke, everybody? You see that? Yeah. Incredible race, ladies. Great job. Incredible race.
Well
Cannot
done.
wait to see you race the 350-meter dash.
All right.
So now they're just a minute, maybe a little bit less. They're getting ready to go at the starting line.
Yeah.
Now, man, I could see the High Point. Looks like they're off on an angle, right?
Yeah.
What a tricky spot to be in for the coxswain. Like always having to make these little adjustments.
Yeah. Well, right now too, it looks as though they're sort of out a little bit past where maybe the aligner wants them to be.
Yeah.
But now there's sort of, you have what you do in those situations. You can get, if you're the bow seat, that's the person in the back, to either move the boat, like reach out really far to sort of adjust the turn. Because there's not a lot of these things don't turn on the dime.
No.
So as you've seen around in the ducks. So it'll be, I think they're good now.
And they're off.
And they
Look at that.
are off.
Good, crisp starts. So we saw in the singles, you can get the rate up real fast, right? In the eights, I've always found that those first three strokes need to be patient.
Yeah.
Controlled, long draws.
Right. So right here, right away, you can see that High Point boat up top.
So it's actually, I think to the right is
Oxford.
Oxford, and then we have the two inside crews.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to be able to tell you which crew is A or B, but we do know the athletes in both boats.
And you've been seeing it all day long. The crew out in the lead in the first minute and a half shows the dominance, except for actually the last one we just saw with Duke, where Duke was behind that first minute and a half. High Point needs to just push. They need to put themselves in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah.
It's so hard to do because it's 11 minutes long, 12 minutes long. But if you have the ability to get that lead, you want to gas it down. You need to get that lead.
And it seems like Oxford may have gotten that notice as their coxswain, Simran Gill, pushes them out to a lead here. But as we've spoken about, there's a lot of race left to have.
Yes.
And High Point is actually looking as though they're doing a good job right now hanging in there. And if they continue to just hang in there and, as you stated, leave that room of doubt, why aren't they farther away? We'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that the High Point B is going to push the A. We talked about that last race, and you got to tip your hat to Duke B. Duke B held in so long in that race. It gave the A boat that extra push, that extra emphasis to hang tight. Now, Oxford, you got to think, losing earlier in the day, it's got to put a thorn in your side. You don't want to end up 0-2. And they flew all this way here, Akil, to hopefully end 1-1 on the day.
And there you go, a great shot of that Oxford crew with Lily Young stroking, Phoebe forward in 7, Amelia Mills in 6, Amelia Trope in who goes by Millie in 5, Tina McCauley in 4, Kelly Brown in 3, Laura Robinson in 2, and Cyan Dinette in bow seat.
High Point is we're not going to use the word struggle, right? Because it is tough to be down in those first 2.5 minutes. But they're going to use this as a learning experience. And the coaching staff knows this. The coaching staff is going to be able to speak highly of this. You hung tough. You stayed in the race. You stayed in the fight. And, blade work, a little bit cleaner. But we've said this all day. It's about experience, right? The more experience this crew has, the sharper they're going to get.
Yeah, and the coxswain, the coaches from High Point have mixed up things a little bit in terms of coxswains for this race. So they're giving some other coxswains a little time on the wheel. So we'll see how this shapes up with the race. And right now you have that Oxford crew stroking higher than that High Point boat that's right there with them.
So, we talk a lot about the winning crew, but the crew that's in the back. So I've been in a lot of boats at Kiel where you feel like you're in quicksand. you just, no matter what you do, it just gets harder and harder and harder. And at one point, you just say, oh, I wish this race would get over. And you could see sometimes that in the face. Now, in rowers, we've all been there, okay? Maybe not you so much, but we've all been there.
I've been there.
Where you feel like it's quicksand. And I think the B boat here is experiencing that at High Point. It's that no matter what you throw at it, it's just not getting that better. But I will point out, the A boat has not let Oxford go away.
Yeah.
They're still within a fighting distance, about a length and a half, about open water. And with 4 minutes in, with another 6.5, 7 minutes to go, you gotta be proud of that.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a great job of hanging on here. The question is, once they come around that turn, what is it going to look like? And there you have some nice, strong rowing. And as we start to make that shift, you'll be able to see, as you said, the wind's changed up a little bit. We've had that tailwind. It's a little shifty here. So we'll see what happens as they start to make that move and come around that turn.
Well, High Point's they're smart. They're staying to the inside. I'm not sure about any currents over here. There's really not going to be anything like that. But protected by the wind.
Yeah.
And they know that if they get a little bit, every couple feet, a little bit of an advantage on the inside turn, maybe they're going to give themselves a fighting chance on that final sprint of about 350, 400 meters. But again, just the fact that they're actually in the fight, they're not 4 or 5 lengths back.
Yeah.
They're close. This is a great race for High Point.
There we have a shot of that Oxford crew from bow to stern. They are holding on and rowing strong. Leading the charge, there is a shot of stroke seat.
Yeah,
Lily
so about
Young.
Still about open water, full-length open water. It's going to get tough, but Oxford, great bounce back from earlier today. And again, let's just for the folks out at home watching this, when you have that lead, you get calmer, you breathe.
Yeah.
Things become easier for you. You're not so frantic. But when you get a shot of High Point, you're going to see that they're still calm. I'm very impressed with this second race for this crew today.
Yeah, we've spoken about fitness and physiology, and here you have in this Oxford boat, I think, an experienced crew. And as we spoke about, this High Point crew is young in its development, and so the things that you can improve your fitness, you can improve your physiology. Yeah. They're rowing well, so
yes,
they have all the right stuff is there.
And this is great. There's another great shot. Oxford's gaining or not gaining. They're getting more per stroke, but it's not shutting down. We talked about this again all day. Rowers don't give up. And High Point showing that they're not giving up. They're getting a good turn here, a good coxswain move here, making that tight turn. But there's your number one crew coming through. And look, Akil, not to say that this race isn't completely over yet, but I'm so excited for this dash. We're not too far away from this chaos that we're going to experience here in High Point.
And a great overhead shot of your boats in the lead. You have Oxford University and High Point University A. They are rowing in this 3.4-kilometer race in the Lenny Peters Cup.
Let's say the crews come off the water. You bring High Point in here. You're starting to, as a coach, what are the things that you want to say to your crew after a day like today?
You guys did great. The rowing was great. We've got to find some more speed, and I think we can do it.
So it sounds like we have another interview. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing this right now. Yeah, so as soon as this race is over, we're going to have another interview with Michaela up at the top here. So I like what you're saying. You say, you guys did a good job. Do you ever, as a coach, do you ever point out any negatives? Do you try to stay positive?
So I will as a coach, but I don't tend to do it in group settings.
Oh, individual.
So, if I have an athlete,
sure.
If we're out on the water, obviously I'll say, hey, get your oar in, this, that, or the other. But if there's something that I want to fundamentally fix, the coxswain will know, and the athlete will know.
And do you expect that from a coach? You want the coxswain to break down the race and give them awareness of what went right or wrong after a regatta or after the race?
Yes, but it depends really on their level of.
We're still not at the turn yet. We're coming close.
It all depends on the crew's level.
Okay.
Obviously, because young crews you've got to point out a lot, and the coxswains may not be as seasoned or be able to see it. But I tell people, like, one of the most amazing experiences I had as an athlete was I was in a boat that was coxed by Yasmin Farouk, who's the head coach at Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, she's in the coxswain seat, and I think I was in 3 seat, and she said, Akil, relax your inside arm. And I was just like, afterwards I talked to her about it, she's like, I was just looking at your oar. And I was just like, so there is something that great coxswains have in terms of knowing what's going on and knowing their athletes. But I think as a coach, it depends on the environment, it depends on the situation. One thing that part of my philosophy of coaching is that, you want the team. You don't want to be in a race. You don't want to be talking at an athlete so much that, here's a great shot. I'll get back to that point.
Very smooth.
Look at this rowing right here.
Yes.
It's just like well-executed strokes, right?
Yeah, look at the blade height off the water. The bow's continuing to surge.
Exactly. And the rowing, they're not doing anything wrong there.
No.
It's just that this what I say in situations like this is that they're just overpowered. Like the boat that they're up against is just a stronger boat. And so all of their rowing, the rowing there from that High Point University, they should be really proud of the work that they're putting in right now.
If this was brought down to, say, a 2,000-meter race, something a little bit more aggressive, shorter, you wouldn't see this kind of gap with these two crews. I think it'd be a lot tighter. And that just speaks volumes about High Point and what they bring to this race here. But you were right. Going back to that side angle shot, as someone who's been watching rowing for 26 years, you're 35 years, you don't see a whole lot wrong with that picture, do you?
No, not at all. And I think we have the crew. You could see in that shot the signs of the telltale signs of the yellow duck.
Yeah.
And so, looking off some golfers there, getting to cheer. Hopefully, the golfers are saying, looking around, and saying, cheering on these athletes here. But now you can see you can see this Oxford boat putting in that final bit of work in this last stretch here, staying solid, sitting up tall, and finishing off the race strong.
And look at the blade work from the shore here. They have that check mark with the blades. They're dropping them in. They're placing them really, really well.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of a good, strong crew.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of promise with these young ladies here, especially going into their season when they start training for the boat race.
Yeah, and it's interesting here. I'm interested in knowing sort of what they talked about in terms of like what changes they needed to make for this afternoon.
It's noticeable, isn't it?
And what I think here is that this race they looked a little bit cleaner, a little bit crisper.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was because they're not under as much pressure and they were able to relax.
That had to be it.
But what it is that when you do that type of rowing, what I say, efficient and relaxed, then that's sort of.
That's a difference maker.
A big difference.
Now, I can't remember earlier in the day, but I think the A and the B boat were a little bit further apart with High Point. So hats off to High Point B, not that far out. I mean, the coxswain still has visibility in the two crews in front of them. And I think coming in 12 and a half, 13 minutes, that's a great time for 3,600 meters.
Excellent. And you can see this crew here. Once again, rowing well.
Just looking for that finish, huh?
Yeah, but right now it's just sort of like, where is it? You can tell at some point all rowers feel it.
So maybe this is a chance for us to cut to the interview if they are ready. A fantastic finish for Oxford women. First place, incredible. Now we're going to be getting into the dashes in the next 20 or 30 minutes.
Hi, and welcome back to the interview. I'm here with Duke University. Now, would you all mind telling us your name and your major?
I'm Lucy Herrick. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a political science major.
I'm Ava Liebman. I'm a senior, and I'm majoring in public policy.
I'm Allie Wolf. I'm a sophomore, and I'm a neuroscience major.
Nice. So we have a lot of smart women here in rowing, and I want to go through and ask y'all, what does a typical day as a D1 athlete look like for you?
On rowing teams, we have to wake up really early, so usually a 5:30 a.m. alarm. The bus picks us up at 6, and then we usually have our first practice from around 6:30 to 9-ish, and then we'll go to classes, and then we have our second afternoon practice around the range of like 3:30 to 5, and then we have team dinner all together at our athlete dining hall, which is so fun. It's just a nice way to cap off the day, and then study, and then repeat the next day.
Yeah. For you as well. Yeah, I would say pretty much the same. Definitely like classes in there studying. And yeah, like Lucy, I love the team dinners. It's a great time to just chat with everyone.
I love that they have team dinners. I think that's such a lovely thing to have within like a team sport, and you get to know, each and every one of your teammates, I'm sure. So what is, speaking of teammates, a favorite team memory that you have?
Last year was my freshman year, and honestly, just the whole spring season was great. I loved my boat mates. We had a lot of really fun races. We got to go all over the country together, and I think that boat has been my favorite I've ever rowed in, so it was a great season, yeah.
I think for me, after one of our races in Tennessee every year, we'll do like a little dinner as a team at this beautiful house, and we have like karaoke and sing-alongs there, and it's just such a good like team bonding type of situation. I love it.
For me, every Halloween we have a Halloween session. So every lift you get to choose a costume with your lift partner, and everybody dresses up. It's usually super funny. Last year I did The Hangover with some of my friends. So we had the baby. It was great. A lot of wigs going on, and it's just like super fun and funny and great to make those memories. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love that y'all had the baby included in that.
You have to go all out.
I'm going to say, how did you pull that off?
A lot of wigs.
And I know, and I just want to talk quickly. Y'all play second and third. So would you mind running me through that? How did that feel, and what was your thoughts out there?
Yeah, it was a really exciting race, our first fall race of the season. Obviously going around a duck is super novel. It's super exciting, not something that happens every day. So I think just kind of soaking up the whole experience rather than just the piece. I think it was super gritty. It was super fun. Shout out to Oxford. They came all this way. It was really fun to race them and see an international crew. Yeah.
Yeah, it was our first fall race, so I think for a lot of the boats, and definitely for mine, it was such a test of, okay, what can we do, and not knowing what kind of speed Oxford would come with. So it was definitely just a really good experience to test ourselves and push ourselves, and it was fun.
And what does the rest of the season look like for y'all? And I'll shoot to you.
The rest of the season, most of us are... we're just going to be rowing all throughout the fall. Some of us are going to head of the Charles, which is super exciting. Yeah, so they get to go there, and it's awesome. It's a great race, and this was also practice for it because you have all the turns, and notoriously, head of the Charles is difficult to steer. So kudos to our two coxswains here because they're going to have to deal with that. And then we get a little break, and then on to the spring, and it's awesome. Yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me, and it was lovely seeing y'all out there today. So thank you.
All right. And we are back. A nice little, sidebar about what the life of a student athlete.
I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous.
Ring any bells? But we're gearing up right now for the dash, the Lenny Peters dash.
All right, dude, we got to get into this. Okay,
Yep.
This is way different. So typical dashes are 500 meters. This is 350, so it's a shorter. They just spent the last 7 hours focusing their bodies on 32 strokes a minute, 31 strokes a minute for 4,800 meters. How do you race a 350-meter dash? How do you go about doing this?
Well, this is where I think that rowers are special in their ability to put themselves into the pain cave.
This is different, man.
And I think that, we train at a high level of a pain threshold. A lot of AT work right there on that threshold before we go anaerobic. Before that lactic acid starts to build up. Before all of those sort of physiological processes.
There's no settling. There's no settling.
So there's just no settling here. It's just you just go. There's no sort of settle at all. It's just go and go.
Where do you expect stroke rates to be? This is early in the season, so they're not. The coaches are not going out there doing 1 minute on, 1 minute off at a 39:40, right? So that's just not that time of the season. So where do you expect them to be right now?
Well, we're going to find out in about 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But I think that they'll probably still be somewhere in the 40s. You know, it'll depend on whether or not or how long they are.
Yeah.
You know, with their stroke rating, with the length of their stroke, I think will be a part of it, and just what's going on. Like this is you don't overthink these.
No.
races, man.
I'm
It's
trying to
just
overthink it. That's what I'm trying to overthink this.
It's just there's just not enough time to think. You know, if you start thinking, you're actually going to feel the pain. Right?
Yeah.
You're going to be like, oh, that actually
true.
hurts. That actually hurts. So what I would advise the athletes to do is, like, don't think about it. Just get out there and just do what you know how to do. Right?
So, you know, Duke's undefeated today, right? So they're the clear favorites.
Yeah.
They have shown just the most consistency. Now, Edinburgh, real fast, too. I mean, they're within, what we saw, half a length, if not less. So... And I guess I forget going up. Can you go up on that preview again? I want to see where they are with the lineups. Maybe are they next to each other? Lane 1 and 2?
Not sure about that. But what I will say is that, you know, throughout the day, Edinburgh has had a really good start.
They have every time. Every time.
And so the question is going to become, now I think Duke can win this? But they're going to have that good start because there's not going to be a lot of strokes.
See, this is why I need you to be here. I completely forgot about that. Edinburgh had a length lead in the first minute with Duke and, again, with High Point. So, this is sort of their race to lose here, right? I mean, they've shown it back-to-back.
Now, the interesting part about this is that you have boats coming down, still racing on the – This is sort of the interest. You don't get this everywhere.
No.
You know, you only get this in High Point, right? You got a race within a race, right? you have these 7 or 8 boats about to dash all the way down, and right beside them are these head races.
You got these junior boys who look brand new. They have no idea how great of a race they're about to witness either. They're completely aloof. They have no idea what's going on.
Yeah. We've got people playing golf. We've got, you know, dogs on the banks.
This is good. This is good. So I'm going to right now, gentleman's bet.
Yeah, all right.
Duke A. I got it. Duke A.
All right, I'll take that. I'm going to go with Edinburgh.
Okay, there it is.
Right?
There it is.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. And now either High Point or Oxford is going to win.
Well, they keep inching closer and closer, so they're running out of room here.
Well, 350-ish.
Ish. It might be 200-ish by the time we're ready.
It might be 200-ish by the time we're ready to go. And it looks like we might be in alignment right now. Looks like we have alignment.
You see, great overhead shot here on the screen.
Yeah. And I think they're going to say call close enough. We're going to see if those angles hold. But right now we are off to the 300-meter dash.
Wow, let's get it up. Come on, guys. Let's start clapping up. This is going to be a good race. You don't see this often. A race within a race.
So we'll see. We'll see how this goes off. It looks as though we definitely have the wind pushing us towards the finish line.
This is a 175-meter race.
We'll see. There you have a great shot right there.
This thing is.
There you have a great shot there.
Oh, my gosh.
Now,
the tension is building. Come on.
I love this camera shot right here. You can see Liner's hands up. Coxon has a hand up.
They just got to say go.
I know. We'll see. This is where Coxman, brinksmanship comes into play, because who's going to play the scooch game? They've
scooched 150 meters.
Well, you know what? You take what you can get.
Look at this.
At this point, it's going to be all out start and start.
Come on.
Here we go. Their hands are still up. We're getting ready. I think we're close.
This is close enough.
Well, if you got to do what you can.
Last, right? If you ain't first, you're last.
That's right. I think we might make it up. Well, the question to me is, will we make it up to the Yellow Duck? If we do that, then it's going to be an interesting race. And so we're going to let them dash and see.
Here we go. They're off. They're off.
And we're off. And this is it. This is it right here. There's not a lot of strokes. These
chaos.
are all out. Utter chaos. We love
Edinburgh
it
is
here.
out
The
in the
Lenny
lead right
Peters
now.
dash.
Nope,
We're
hold
going to
on.
see who is in the lead, who is out
coming
winning.
down? Who is
Right
it?
now, can that Edinburgh finish with that strong starts that they've
Come
had
on, Duke.
throughout the week?
Come on, Duke.
We've got the boats on the far
Duke's nose
side
is
looking
out.
as
Come
though
on.
they are inching out, but this is too tight to tell right now. These boats are all in a line. Everyone racing, pushing.
Where are we at? Give us an overhead shot.
High points.
Is that Edinburgh? I can't tell.
We will see coming in, and it was,
I think it was Edinburgh. I think
a
you got
close
me.
one.
I think you did it.
We'll see. There weren't a lot of strokes in that race, but someone
It's 38
will win.
seconds. 38 seconds.
And
the crowd. Does the crowd know
dash.
who won that one? Who won that?
I think we won it.
Edinburgh.
I think we.
Edinburgh. Yeah,
and by we, I mean the crowd.
The crowd won that one.
Because we got to see some great racing. And all day,
So what do we
we've
have
seen
left
some great
on
racing.
the docket here, Akil? What do the fans have to look forward to right here?
Well, I think that
There's a lot more racing going on
in terms
today.
of we do, but in terms of
Well, they're not going to hear
the
our
Lenny
voice very
Peters
much.
Cup,
And that was it.
That was the last competition.
We got some good races here coming up. So, all right. So, I got to tell you, maybe just because I have a microphone in my hand, this race was absolutely spectacular. The crowd, the organization, the quality of rowing. What a great way to start October with all these other races coming up. This is hard to beat here, Akil.
Indeed. And you can look out there. You see all of those eights out there. And as they organize themselves to come in, you can look over and see this drone shot. And there's a great shot right there. High Point University. Strong effort by them today, showing that the program is in the early stages of making great strides.
And coming through this is the mixed use. I've been really a big fan of mixed eights.
Yeah.
Great way to get to know your teammates, and it's fun for everybody, especially at the Masters level. You see more and more of that.
Well, it was interesting to see at World Championships this year the mixed eight.
Oh, I didn't know that. How did it do? How was it?
It was everyone I spoke to about it said that they had a great time doing it. So, there was the mixed eight and I think the mixed double. And so we'll see how that continues.
Is that could be a future for rowing?
In terms of what world rowing sort of says about the future of that event.
You might have been there at Henley. It was the military races. Do you remember that? There was a mixed eights.
Yeah.
I thought that went off very, very well. That was a lot of fun to watch.
They were it's a lot of fun. And right now you can see these crews are out there.
It's been a long day for them.
It's been a long day for them. But they have put in a great effort. There you can see, and a little bit of cheering among the crews, cheering for each other. We've got that great shot there from the cameraman. Don't fall in the water. We see you right there. Yeah. And, we've got drones up. We've got the sun up. We've got a great crowd here at this regatta today. Really special part of the work that's done by Lenny Peters and sort of, Bethany Medical to support rowing. And, I think that they see a great value here in bringing the community together and just shining an eye on High Point. Letting people know that it's not just a town with the biggest chest, the chest of drawers.
Yeah. Rowers tend to give more than they receive.
Yeah.
And you're seeing that here, that what the investment that this community is making in this sport, it's going to pay dividends in the future. And this course, this is, I've been all over. You and I have been seeing it. This is a perfect venue and a perfect day for racing. And that was cool to have Edinburgh and Oxford come all this way to be a part of this.
There you go. A nice shot of that Edinburgh crew right there. Izzy Clement in stroke seat, all smiles.
You know, the loudest people have been here is Virginia Tech. They've been the loudest people here.
Virginia Tech, I want to party with those guys. They have been quite boisterous.
All right, so tell us, you're heading to the Hooch. Are you doing the Hooch this year? Are you doing the Charles this year?
No.
Where are you going?
I'm going back home and hibernating.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know,
I hear you. Are you going to be at the Charles this year?
I will be at the Charles.
Okay.
I'll be there working on a little sports and sustainability roundtable. Oh, hey, hi. There you go. Hey. Wild and crazy guys.
We're new at this.
Thank you for the. We do have people in our headsets that tell us from time to time when we're being a bit too silly. But now, for me, I'm going to be at the head of the Charles for a sustainability roundtable, sports and sustainability, in conjunction with the head of the Charles and the World Wild.
Man, you're all over the place.
UN Global Compact. Arshay has his
He'll be there.
coming out, so I'll be there to sort of support him in that, and see if he'll sign a book for me.
You got to get the book first. I know you ordered it. You just haven't gotten it yet.
I haven't gotten it yet.
And you know a guy, too. So come on.
I know a guy, yeah. But, yeah, no, I'll be there just to support some of those efforts. And
when was the last time you raced?
Last year.
Last year, at the Charles.
Yeah, at the Charles, yeah. I'll race again next year. I just needed sometimes you got to take a break.
Don't you want to get back into it now after watching all this high-quality rowing? No, you don't. You've done it enough.
Yeah. All right, I think we're going to go to an interview right now. Let's go over to Michaela.
And welcome back. I have two very special guests with me. Would you mind telling everybody who y'all are?
Sure. My name is Brian Slocum.
Very nice. And I know that you are quite frequently seen on TV. Would you mind telling us a little bit about that?
I'm a meteorologist. I work for the local NBC affiliate, WXII TV, along with my partner in crime and morning anchor, Audrey Bisk.
Oh, very nice. Audrey, let's hear a little bit from you as well.
Yes. Hello, everyone. I have been at the NBC affiliate WXII for almost 5 years now. This is my first time here at the High Point Autumn Rowing Festival. Brian has talked so highly of it for several years, and so I had to give it a try, and it's amazing.
I love that. And so y'all have, I know this is your first time, but you've come out here a few times, right? Would you mind telling me what's one of your favorite things about being out here?
Sure. We got introduced to this by Gene Kinnemuth, who's been great organizer and running Triad United Rowing for several years now, and just watch this event grow from a very small event to a very large event with now international rowers and teams that are competing, and it's just a great day and just such a great thing for the city of High Point.
And as your first time, what are your thoughts?
Very impressed. It's run very well. So hats off to all of the organizers and all of the volunteers and all of the parents out there. And the teams are quite impressive. And so it's just a great event. Happy to be here.
Oh, well, thank you guys so much for all your time. And we're actually going to take a very quick 5-minute break. So we will see you guys very shortly. is the Edinburgh University. Let's give a big round of applause. Congratulations, girls. Now, I know we have the captain as well. I'm going to ask you to stand forward with me. And what is your name?
Maddie.
Maddie. Now, as captain, what was that like seeing your team win gold today?
Well, at first we weren't actually sure if we'd won. But when we found out we had, I was just really proud of them. And yeah, they're a great team.
And what is, as captain, one of your favorite team memories that you've had, at least here in North Carolina?
We've just had a great time, like, exploring High Point. We went around the university yesterday, and it was amazing. And testing out all the food places. It's been really fun. Yeah.
Well, again, congratulations, girls and boy. So one more time, let's give a big round of applause for Edinburgh. I hope I'm saying that right. And we actually do have a little surprise for y'all. I'll let High Point.
We have more medals.
Oh, here, I'll pass down too. No, I'll take these guys. Heck yeah. All right. So I'm gonna do this one-handed. However, if it gets caught in your hair, yeah. All right. Let's see. I'm a little slow at this. I might just pass it down and then. Here you go. Pass this one down. If you can see it. Thank you. Here you go. All right. And one more big round of applause. Okay, let me get out of the way.
I think we're back.
Oh, they didn't give us a warning here.
Yeah,
Akil.
that's all right. I was just going to let you continue.
Well, I was going to say my
cat
son.
stories.
I was going to say, everyone, my son's trying to get me to get a cat. That's the big news of the Del Sordo household.
The big news, the big news. Well, you know, what I'll tell you, the big news here at High Point Regatta is that, excuse me, but it's been one heck of a regatta.
It has. It has.
It's been exciting. We got to see a whole lot from the international crews. We got to see Lauren O'Connor, take top spot against the world.
$10,000
against Germany and the Ukraine. We got to have some great conversations with the mayor of High Point. We get with Kat about her experience training, being from the Ukraine, what it's like right now, being in that mindset, I am just truly grateful for having had the opportunity to be here.
Yeah, I got the call a while ago, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't too excited about it. It was a Sunday. I knew it was going to be a long day. And then flipped the script. Loved talking to you all day.
Yep.
A lot of bantering, but a lot of great conversations. Thanks to Gene. Thanks to the folks here putting on this incredible regatta. And this is hard to follow, okay?
Yeah.
Let's be real. We have a bunch more racing this year, but thanks for tuning in, watching all day. We got to see junior rowing, Olympic-level rowing, and masters rowing, and then obviously collegiate. So, Akil, great job today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you as well. Thank you, Maverick, for the wonderful production job you did, all of the drone flyers, and everyone out there. So I just like to say I had a great time, and we'll see you next time.
See you next time.